Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, May the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? I guess that. Okay, I guess you guys can hear me. Okay, great. Okay, well, the market's going to open lower as we speak. See, there's a pretty big gap down for the SPY right now, 2%. Have to see, of course, what happens once the market opens. Apple, of course, released after hours yesterday. Basically, I mean, it's not horrible. I mean, it's down 2.5%, down $7. Big thing, no guidance. How can they guide? Amazon, though, Amazon has opened, had earnings after hours also, down 5%. That's a pretty big move for Amazon, down $120. Amazon and Apple released after hours yesterday. So that's not helping the tech. Let's take a look at what else is happening now. Basically, all the cruisers, NCLH, all the cruisers, they're down today. RCL, CCL, they're all down today. United Airlines, they released earnings, so this is dragging down the airlines also. UAL released earnings today, so the airlines are all weak. You know, it's just, one day they're up, one day they're down. One day they're up, one day they're down. I mean, it's just very hard to certainly swing trade any of these, in my opinion. But now, I don't really see any specific reason for this one. This is just ripping, though. MYO. I keep looking at the news. I don't see any specific reason. But anyway, MYO up 25% so far. Has room. Look at that daily chart. The next high looking left is around 560. SPI. Now, this is gapped up a lot. The only thing I could see is that they don't comply with NASDAQ listing requirements. They were under $1 for 30 days. So anyway, this has popped up. All right, like the only reason I think you have a double echo is you've got the YouTube room open and this room open at the same time. It's the only reason. Myrna, if you guys watched CNN last night, you saw Gates was on. He did talk about Myrna, mRNA. Myrna is up. I didn't realize they had received $430 million. Myrna, yeah, let's see if it gets it back up over 50. Again, I've always said this is a very tough one, in my opinion, tough one to trade. This is either a long-term hold for you or not. Well, they had a town hall or something with Bill Gates was on it. That's all. Happened to catch a bit of it. WDC is an earnings play. WDC is gap down on earnings. It's a big gap down, 11%. Support for WDC maybe around 39.20ish or so. So it has a little bit of room to go until you get to that support area, perhaps. LORL. I don't think there's any volume. Yeah, there's not very much volume yet, but it has gapped up. The only reason I'm really looking at it is because look at the potential gap fill. So this is now above yesterday's high. LORL is above yesterday's high. There's just no volume yet, but I'm positive, of course, the volume is going to pick up once the market opens. It is an earnings play. Actually, I'm sorry. This was an earnings play yesterday. I don't know why we have it. I thought it was an earnings play after hours. So this is an earnings play yesterday. But nice continuation so far. So it is over the yesterday's high. CURO is an earnings play. This is definitely an earnings play. There we go. April 30th post-market. Definitely an earnings play. Gapping down. Not very much volume yet. MGM, I'm sure all the casinos are probably, I mean, the whole market is weak. I don't see one positive sector yet, not even gold. Not one positive sector right now. So MGM is down on earnings. Man, MEO just continues to rip up here. Again, I don't see any specific reason for it. Welcome, Claudina. Notice I said Claudina and not Claudina. Helps to have a smattering of Spanish. INO. Excuse me, INO. This is gapping down. This is another one that is pretty hard to read. I know Citron or Sweet Sweeper, one of those, all over these guys, saying it's going to 1. Anyway, INO is down. Big volume also, 961,000. Uber is, I haven't seen Uber for a while. Been kind of not doing too much, but Uber is gapping down a little bit this morning. Yeah, actually MDGS was actually on the top of my list. I haven't got to it yet. MDGS, big gap up. Pretty interesting action on the 5-minute and the 15. It almost looks like a buyout. It's not a buyout, but well, we have 4 million in the float, and they do have, yeah, first order for their virus blood test. Interesting action though, kind of just basing here. Low float, 4 million in the float. And what else do I see here? Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of gappers, gapper downs. Again, here are all the airlines. American, Delta, UAL is down. LB, a lot of gap downs. Hertz, of course, Hertz is maybe going through bankruptcy. Schlumberger, another one. It's a little bit choppy right now in the pre-market. Again, just have to wait for the market to open. Twitter is, still weak. Interesting action yesterday for Twitter. If you were in the room yesterday or you followed Twitter at all yesterday, it released earnings after hours yesterday. I'm sorry, on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday after hours. And so there's Thursday's action. Pre-market looked good, but it faded all day. And now it looks like it's continuing. There's the pre-market action for Twitter. It looks like it's going to continue down. All right, let me just quickly look at briefing.com and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. So everything, Alex, everything is here, okay? Scans, click on scans. Everything is here, including the pre-market up and pre-market down, okay? So I put them all here. You can pick and choose which ones you want. Okay, just have to find it. So just click on scans, and the gap up and gap down that I just had briefly on. They're also there. Okay. All right, let me just quickly take a look and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades. A lot more downgrades than upgrades, so I'll get some of the downgrades in. Not too many upgrades this morning. Yeah, John, I have no idea. Like, our tech support can't help you. I don't know why you can't. I think you were in yesterday and you couldn't get video also, right? So I have no idea why. I mean, you said you're using Chrome, or you've tried Chrome, you've tried Firefox. You're for sure they're up to date. Our tech support can't help. The only thing I can suggest, go to YouTube, You can at least follow my screen on YouTube for sure. Yeah, there's no Mr. Bear. There, I don't have one-on-ones. Just give me a second here as I continue. Just give me a second here as I just get these upgrades in. Okay, there are the upgrades. Okay, so as far as one-on-one, so one-on-ones, they do cost $99, okay, for a one-on-one. I think you can sign up for, I know there's a link somewhere. I think probably in the training link. Oops. I think that link right there, TI training, I think right there, if you click on that, I believe there's a one-on-one link in there somewhere. The only thing I saw about Zoom this morning, some kind of a clarification on the 300 million users or 300,000, whatever it said. 300 million. There we go. This is not good. Yeah. Correct's blog saying it had 300 million daily active users admits it was wrong. That is ZM. No, Claudina, short is you're shorting the stock. So if you're shorting the stock, it's okay. 101, okay. You're shorting the stock. You're betting it's going down. It's just the reverse of going long. Obviously, when you buy a stock, you're hoping it goes up. When you short a stock, you're hoping that the price goes down. It's got nothing to do with necessarily buying and selling the stock the same day. Nothing to do with that. If you're not, if Yeah, so if you're not used to, like, I wouldn't, if you're a new trader, don't even worry about shorting. But I mean, that's all it is. I mean, you're betting the stock goes down as opposed to going up in price. Nothing to do with buying and selling on the same day. And let me get the downgrades in. Matty J, if you do us a favor, please, and put the stock symbols in capital letters so it's much more easier to discern versus just the other text. Thank you. All right, guys, just a few more to go. A few more downgrades to go. All right, here's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Yeah, I see GSUM popping in here now. Probably a low float, fairly low float, 22 million. Okay, so do you have the app? You've got the app with the toolbar like this? Claudina? Okay, so what you should do is click on New, and where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, open that, click on that. This window should open like this. Hopefully you've got the latest production, because it should say all there as opposed to Grail. Sindar, that's just from briefing.com. It's a free service. Okay. I like it because it gets sent to my my email at 9:10 every morning. It's from briefing.com. So when you click on that link or that, okay, good. Now there's nothing for you to do now. Just keep this open all day and you'll see the alerts as they come in, okay? Nothing for you to do now. Now you can also incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do that every morning, every day. So you can have this if you have other windows, if you have a layout already created, then you can just add this. When you save your layout, just save it and it'll incorporate this also. I know you're new, so probably a lot to go over right now. All right, guys, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, and the repeating these three windows, and you click on New from the toolbar, New, and Channel Bar, and you're just going to find me right here, Barry's Windows right there, okay? Now remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you click on anything, including my windows, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will disappear, be replaced by anything you click on here, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. But you can follow along my windows all day long. There will be nothing in these two until at least 9:45. I've set a 15-minute delay. This will start alerting right off the bat. And this is something I create. There's a new watch list every day. All right, let's take a look at that GSUM. GSUM is, yeah, it's holding its own. Just want to see what sort of announced receipt of a revised non-binding proposal. So here's the news click on the news. So there is the news. All right, so this is a Chinese stock for $2. Yeah, be a little careful of that. Just because you see $2 doesn't mean it's going to rip up to $2, okay? All right, Mankind is also popping in here. Big volume, it just poured into Mankind. Now, it's not a low float. Mankind is not a low float situation. 185 million in the float. So, but it is popping up here a little bit. It's very choppy looking weekly. Not a lot of room. I still don't see any specific news for MYO. MYO. Sure, there must be something somewhere, but when I click on this news here, I just don't see anything specific. I didn't talk about this one. I don't typically look at anything under $1, but I guess just in case this gets wild. The only problem is that that's not the 200, that's the 200 week. There is actually the 200-day moving average is right above it. You got almost right to it. 86 cents is the 200-day moving average. I mean, this did get up to 153 on March the 20th. I'll have to see. It has to take out that 200-day. It has to take out $1. Mayo is still hanging tough here. No pullback at all yet. Low float, 2.6 million in the float. So again, if you're not familiar with the float, the lower that number, and that's a very low number for the float. And if there's, for whatever reason, if there's demand, that's what can happen to stocks. That's why you see some crazy moves in some stocks some days. And if almost for sure, if you check the float, you'll see it's very low. Anything under 20 million for me is very low, and the lower that number is, that's 2.6 million. The better if a stock is, for whatever reason, is in demand. When you say no volume, are you talking? What do you mean by no volume? What do you mean by 452? There you go. I think you had it cut off. You probably, I don't know what you had. Yeah, well, I mean, so you don't mean no volume. Well, I don't know what you're looking at. I mean, 450,000 shares in the pre-market with a 2 million float. That's pretty significant. But hey, listen, you don't want to trade it because of the volume. That's fine. This is still hanging tough here. MDGS, it's hanging tough. No pullbacks whatsoever for MDGS. Now, it has a lot of volume, granted. 4 million, 4 million in the float, 5 million volume. And of course, it is definitely a virus play. I just can't get any, I can't see any news on Mayo. Possible continuation for the LORL. It's off earnings yesterday. It was briefly above. There's no volume yet for it. I'm sure the volume will pick up. 12 million shares in the float. Yeah, I mean, there might be a little pullback on the 1 minute chart, but I look at this as being pretty flat. Excuse me, everybody. One more minute to go before the market opens. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Yeah, I have missed in the. I do have missed in the watch list. Whether it triggers or not is another thing. But missed is in the watch list. No volume yet for missed. Basically flat. Had a little pop after hours yesterday. Oh, I guess I should get rid of that. There we go. And again, typically, if you're unfamiliar with the way I trade, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. And I'll have this on the simulator all day, the trading simulator. I've connected to the simulator all day to demonstrate how you can practice trade. And we're now open. All right, there's Mayo, Mio Mayo. And this is continue. This is just ripping on continuation. I just don't see any news for it. Morning Creative in the YouTube feed. All right, just let me do a couple things on my other monitor. I have to add a relative volume filter into something. All right, we've got our first halt of the day, VEL, and that's on the way down, VEL. That's a pretty big pullback. I mean, that's why I don't like chasing things right off the bat. Mayo got up to 580, pulled all the way back down to 540. You know, it's a pretty, on a percentage basis, that's a pretty good pullback. But it looks like it's trying to hold here, MYO. Okay, United Airlines is putting a little bit of a pop here now. They released earnings. Released earnings after hours. The initial reaction wasn't bad, actually. There's that mauve area right there. All right, down goes MDGS. So it's not holding yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a price alert right at the high in the pre-market and see if it takes that out later. Wells Fargo, okay, moving down, up, down, up, down. Overstock has been all over the place. Had earnings April 30th, pre-market. Big gap up and then pulled all the way back. Trying to come back a little bit now. Overstock. All right. Okay? SPY is actually putting in a little bit of a green bar to start. A little bit of a green bar in that 15-minute chart to start. Yeah, if you're asking I have no idea on the GSUM. Okay, I mean, if you read the press release, just be careful on it. I know they say $2, but all right, guys. Remember I mentioned the AMTX. So it is now through the 200-day moving average. And now it is starting to rip here. AMTX. Fairly low float, 16 million in the float. Okay, MDGS right back up. So look at that. I mean, down to 378 and basically pops on 80 cents just like that. Here's another one I'm kind of keeping my eye on is POAI. POAI. Well, guys, I'm sorry. The AMTX is now really starting to rip. I remember I mentioned this one. I said, well, it's got to get through the 200-day moving average, and then it's got to tackle that $1. Well, it's doing a heck of a job now. And it's a fairly low float, 16 million in the float, and it just got halted. AMTX just got halted. Now, meanwhile, you know, after the gap down pre-market is starting to pop up. How's the Myrna doing? No, OSTK Overstock is just, it's a crazy trader. Now here's another one just got halted. Century Aluminum. Haven't seen this one halted for, it's a fairly big float, 88 million, not huge float. April 30th post market, so it had earnings April 30th after hours. And it just got halted. CENX. Really nothing happening in the pre-market for it. Meanwhile, Momo on the way down. Yeah, I'm sure Alcoa, I mean, yeah, a couple of aluminum, AA and CENX. Weyerhaeuser is on the way down here. Now, what sort of support does this have? Maybe around 1840. See if this holds. This is so this was an earnings play also, May 1st, pre-market. Really not that big a reaction, but now it's starting to, volume is picking up. All right, Mist on the move here. Yeah, Mist is on the move. Guys, this has a lot of room. MIST has a lot of room here. Look at that daily chart. Take a look on the daily. Next time the daily is 350. And, obviously if it can crack that, I'm not saying it's going to happen ever or today, but if it does, look left on that daily chart. Look at the room it's got. And that's the MIST, MIST. Well, it's typical for these cruisers, airlines. They're all over the place just virtually every single day. So there's a pop for NCLH, and I bet you RCL and CCL are doing exactly the same thing. Just find them difficult to trade. All right, down go the tankers. So my guess is that there's Sting, STNG, probably Fro is doing the same thing. Fro is doing the same thing. Nat is probably doing the same thing. Yeah, they're all, so tankers, I mean, again, they're all over the place every day too. Just let things settle down just a little bit. Yeah, GSUM was halted. And down goes MIO, MYO. Look at this. Dropped $1 from the highs. Typically, this is why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Things are just too crazy. Yeah, if you catch the right one and it keeps going up, fantastic. I'm actually finding, though, there's some great setups even later in the day. And I'm talking in the last 2 to 3 hours of the day. All right, there's the AMTX. It just resumed. AMTX just resumed. All right, not to, I guess I call it sexy here. Begins delivery of carbon dioxide. That's what they do. AMTX. The AMTX guys, and you probably, if you have the AI, you know that it's an alert there too. AMTX, guys. Okay, and I think it just got halted. It just now listen. If you took well, you can't get out of it now. It's halted. But if you took AMTX, I know the AI is not out of it, but I mean, as a pop like that, you probably have to take some profit. You can't do it now. It's halted again. I don't know what the MYO news was. I kept looking for it. I have no idea. I was talking about the look at THMO just collapsing here. THMO on the way down. Yeah, oh man, I know if you were listening in the pre-market, I was talking about this one AMTX. I said, what I said was I should mention it. It has popped up, but it was under $1. I mentioned it had to take out the 200-day on the daily chart, which it did. I did see that news. I thought, well, okay, this deliveries of carbon dioxide. And it's not, I mean, it's a low float, 16 million, but it's not a crazy low floater. This is going to, let's see, I see the bid ask 140. So if you got that one, just be awfully careful. Meanwhile, Momo on the way down. Nothing will happen in here until until at least 9:45. So this is what we're talking about right there. There was the alert 117. It's at 134 right now. It's halted right now. This one. This one is starting to get interesting again. So if you remember this one 3 days ago, went from 95 cents all the way up to 440, pulled back the following day, and this was yesterday. Let's see if it gets over 360 or so. Look at the volume that is just coming into it. It's a low float, 8.8 million in the float. So again, if you're a new trader, just sit back. I mean, I know the temptation is just to chase these ones that are flying, but just kind of sit back and maybe just watch or practice trade. Use our simulator, okay? Load Brokerage Plus. I'm going to go over a lot of this, but Load Brokerage Plus and practice trading. Our analogy. I mean, if you're I don't think doctors don't practice on live patients right off the bat. Okay. So a lot of people, they want to jump into using their live accounts right off the bat, and they're not used to trading. It can be disastrous. Just one moment, please. All right, sorry about that. What is considered low? It really depends on what you're used to trading. I mean, for me, anything under 20 million would be a low float. But if you're used to trading, say, Facebook as an example, okay, with 2.4 billion in the float, you might think 100 million is low. Okay, so it's all relative. But the stuff that I do, certainly under 20 million. And of course, the lower the better if a stock is in play. Here's another one, that is trying to, it reminds me a lot of CREX, CREX. I mean, it is virtually the same, doing the same thing. Another low float, 8.6 million in the float. So the lower that number, the better if You know, you're on the right side of it, of course, and a stock is in play. In play meaning for whatever reason, there's demand for it. Fred, you have been right on the IFRX. You know, for a while now, the IFRX has been pretty good, yes. Coming off what I'm going to do, and there's that monthly chart, 737. I will put an alert. Was that yesterday? Did that get up to 737 yesterday? I guess it did, didn't it? I'm going to stick an alert right there. So you can see the sort of things that I look at is that when I see a ton of room meaning, look at where it could go. I mean, it got hammered for some reason all the way down from 40 odd dollars all the way down here, and it's trying to crawl back. You know, you look at the weekly chart, the same thing. This is what we talk about, the big gap, potential fill, the void, the room, whatever term you want to use. That's what I look at. All right, so the AMTX, so the AMTX just got halted on the way down. So hopefully, I think I got halted on the way down. Yeah, got halted on the way down now. So it took the little pop from the halt. Now it's halted on the way down. MDGS now. MDGS is still, okay, very whippy to begin. But let's see if it takes out that high right there. And there it did. Just took out the high right there, MDGS. And it just popped into my watch list now. So how I use the watch list, don't take the trade right away or anything like that. Watch to see how it's trading, you know, and it could pull back, back up to that trigger price, 475. Of course, it could start running. But it is, I mean, you know, obviously the way it's been trading, it's all over the place. I mean, look, it got down to 380. I'd like to see it settle down just a little bit. It may not. I mean, it may just race higher. If you look at the monthly chart, I mean, look how erratic it traded before, all these topping tails. Look at CAPR now. CAPR, let's see if it takes out yesterday's high. It was around, yeah, AMTX got halted on the way down, unfortunately. So I was saying, you know, a stock that pops that percentage, you know, in my opinion, you can't let the AI take you out of the trade. I mean, you have, in my opinion, you have to manage the exits. Let's see, I did actually take a look at AGLE earlier. All right, guys, the mist. Trying to get a fill here. Boy, I love this gap. Look at that gap here for a mist. What did I say? There's the high looking way over here. All right, guys, I took the mist. I'm what's that high there again? I think it was 350 something. Come on. 360 maybe. So I'm in the mist. Trying to see the fill I got. A pretty good fill. 330, 331 on the fill for a mist. Now I'm a little worried about this high right there, which is about 350. So I may be having to trade it out as it gets close to there. Okay, guys, again, I'm just a little concerned about that 350. My original plan was to wait for the break there, but I thought maybe I could get up even a little bit of a scalp. Why the heck is it not showing? But we'll see. I mean, obviously, if it takes this out, look out for the mist. I mean, this has a lot of room. Is it 364? Wow, look at the MDGS now. Look at it. I didn't take it from my watch list. Okay, on the way down, let's see what's happening on the way down. 855 and the HAL. Okay, not bad actually, guys. I mean, 1006 on the alert. 990 underneath the whole number. Obviously has room underneath. I'm just kind of concentrating on the mist. Love to see it get into the 40s. Well, I don't know about a price target. I mean, you just have to be aware of the that 364, the next high looking left. I mean, you have to be aware of that. Yeah, guys, you know, I just traded it out at 335. Sorry, I'm I can get back in if it gets into the 40s. I may get back in. I'm just a little concerned about that 364. So I've traded it out at nothing fantastic on it for me. I'll be honest. I mean, I really my plan was to wait for a 365 or 364 break, not necessarily today, but you know, put that price alert on it. Maybe it would happen on Monday, and then, man, oh man, I mean, then the room it has. Well, it depends what you mean by the way, new to trading, Vic XX. Depends what you mean by research. You know, I don't do a lot of, you know, I'm not looking at the SEC filings or anything like that. These are stocks that are active today, all right? So that's why they're of interest to me and, you know, a lot of people in the room. The only thing to really try to pay attention to is it an earnings play or was there news today on the stock? So that's kind of the only research that I'm doing. because most of these are intraday plays. But if you're looking for swing trades and all that, then you have time, of course, to really dive into the financials if that's what you want to do. Momo, man, oh man. See, for instance, if you wanted to take, looking at Momo, well, by the time you look at the SEC filings and examine their, all their financials, etc. I mean, you don't have time to do that if you're looking for intraday trading. Now, if you're looking to, take a look at something for a swing trade, sure, you might want to, examine it a little bit more. Always find out when earnings are and things like that, but there's just no time. I mean, most of the stuff that we're doing, okay. See, I'm a little jumpy on the mist. Good for you guys. I'm sure that a lot of you held it. Good for you guys that held it. Well, again, I'd be just wary of that 460 or the 364 mark, okay? But it is. I mean, this will be on the watch list for a while. I mean, as long as it holds these levels. I'm just looking at that. There you go. Finally, it's 360. I have 350 here, not 364. So there's your big level to get out. Not out, to crack through, okay? So that's not that far away. And this is what I'm talking about. So if you're new to trading, it's just a matter of getting used to taking a look at, especially if you're looking to swing trade something. I'm not saying to swing trade this, but what you want to see is you want to see some room that it can move on a chart. You don't want to see a lot of resistance. So you can just see, and this is what we mean by room. See this big white area right there? There's nothing stopping this, in theory, from going up to 1181 based on chart resistance. Million other reasons why it won't go up, all right? But at least what we try to do is take this out of the equation, chart resistance out of the equation. So if all this was sitting right on top right there, this would not be as an attractive look. So hopefully that makes sense. So that high, that daily chart, that looks like 350, not 364. So this is getting really close. If this takes out 350, I mean, look out. I might probably going to get back into this one. The 50-cent level, just again, there are some psychological numbers to get through. Whole numbers, but some whole numbers are more psychological than others. The $10 mark, a 20, 25, 30, things like that. 23, I mean, it's a whole number, not quite as psychological. For me, stocks under $5, the 50-cent levels can be psychological barriers to get through. Yeah, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, okay, Homebrew, you need an Interactive Brokers account, and then you can use Brokerage Plus, and you can trade then you can trade. Okay, now it doesn't mean we link with many brokerages. You don't absolutely have to use Brokerage Plus. So linking, meaning that we have a linking tool. External linking tool, so you can connect to virtually any broker out there. Connecting meaning, right, there it goes, guys. I know I was a little jumpy on it, but linking meaning that, when you click on an alert, it'll load into the order entry. You still have to manually trade it from your brokerage platform, but it saves you the step of having to second here. It just saves you the step of having to type in your order entry all day long. All right, guys, I got back into the mist. And watch this thing now. Now that it took out that 350. It's a time saver, exactly. It's basically a time saver. So 353 on the mist again. So as long as it holds 350, I'll keep in it. If it goes to 350, I'll get out. So there was the original alert at 330. So obviously a tremendous percentage increase from 330 right now to 370. Just watching it here. That's now another psychological area for the $4 mark. All right, I just took some out at 374 from 353. In case it can't get through that 4 mark, but that's just me, guys. I'm not telling you what to do. Now, again, remember what I was saying. I mean, right now, the AMTX, so that was a great alert. 117, it got up to 139. The AI did not get out of the trade. Okay, the algo did not kick in. What I'm saying, and people get the question all the time for auto trading the AI, I am completely against it. Okay, if you want to take the entries, fine, but I would be managing the exits on your own. You cannot let something that went from 117 all the way up to 140, tremendous percentage increase, take you out of the trade for a loss. Now, listen, it may come back, but that's my feeling on it anyway. Just one moment, please. Okay, so I'm just watching BIMI, B-I-M-I, on the move here. I think this is that, make sure. I'm pretty sure this is a China stock, BIMI. I may be wrong. I think it's a China stock. May 11th, not May 14th. May 11th. By the way, yes, thank you for reminding me. So if anybody is new in the room, first of all, big welcome if you are new to the room. This is the format I always say that, not every day. Monday to Friday. I don't work on the weekends. Monday to Friday, 9 to 3 o'clock Eastern time, of course. I share my screen live on the mic. Now, we are having our big test drive. And let me just put that link into the room for you. Just let me put the link in several areas and also into the YouTube feed. Okay, so there is the test drive link, okay? When you click on that link, you'll be brought to this page. So what is the test drive? Pretty self-explanatory. It starts on May the 11th, so that is a couple of weeks from now. May the 11th to May 22nd, those are 10 trading days. Missed, guys! Yes. Missed. This is getting me misty-eyed. Anyway, May the 11th to May 22nd, 10 trading days. For $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service. And if you're a standard subscriber, you can always take part in it also. We'll upgrade you to our premium service. It will cost $8.99. And we don't do free trials. That's the number one question we get asked. Free trials. We don't do free trials. But this is about as close as you're going to get for if you can afford $8.99, then please sign up for the test drive. Again, if you're signing up now, what you're doing is you're basically pre-registering. So you're not getting any data to the 11th. So please, when you sign up, do not harass our poor support people and say, hey, where's my data? Okay, so great opportunity to try us out. Other question is, once the test drive is over, it's over. You don't have to do anything. We don't put you into a program, a subscription automatically. You know, obviously there will be a nice little promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription. We pride ourselves immensely on the support that we give you. You have this room like this every single, well, again, Monday to Friday, 9 to 3. We have a Q&A support session from 12 to 1 in our YouTube feed. We have webinars, 4 of them a week. All this is free. So we try not to leave you all by yourself. You know, look, Trade Ideas can be as complicated as you want to make it, or it can be as simple as you want to make it. If all you wanted to do was follow my watch list all day long, concentrate on a few stocks, you know, that's pretty simple. And this is, you know, all I have to do is load it from my channel bar. Or load my channel from the channel bar, new channel bar, and there I am, there my window's right there. Remember, this is a layout. Everything in the channel is a layout. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So before you click on that, please make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Missed, guys. Wow. Now this is getting super exciting. This could be a hold. Now, you heard me talking about MLND yesterday. Doesn't this look a lot like mist? Look at that weekly chart. Look at MLND. I mean, look how. I mean, it's not quite as dramatic as mist, but why I'm waiting on this one to see if it takes. There's that 188 right there on that weekly chart. Ideally, I'm going to stick an alert around 205. It probably won't happen today, but it's another low float, 13 million in the float. But if it happens next week, there's another one, not quite as dramatic as mist, but another one that can start to fill that void. All right, guys, so listen, AMTX is on the way back up. So, you know, I'm thankful for anybody who held that one. Oh my gosh, and yeah, that's halted now too. Mrs. Halted, I just noticed the halt. You know, I get some emails asking me why I don't trade more. Why don't I take more trades? There are a couple of reasons. I mean, obviously, moderating a trading room and answering questions all day long, which I'm 100% prepared to do. That's the object of the room. You know, it obviously inhibits my trading to some extent. So I can't. So my goal, I have a twofold goal. Well, threefold, fourfold. You know, I'm throwing out some ideas all day long, I'm trying to answer questions about the program all day long. I'm not able to just 100% focus on trading, which is fine, 100% fine. Why do stocks get halted? Stocks get halted. It's basically math, all right? If a stock goes up a certain percentage in a certain period of time, it just gets halted. The SEC is deemed that, you know what, let's let things settle down a little bit. So we'll put usually it's a 5-minute halt, but it's just simple, like the mechanics of a stock getting halted is just math. It's not some guy sitting there saying, I think I'll press the halt button, okay? It is math. Now, I may be wrong on the MLND. I mean, it may take this out today. I can't do it creative. I cannot. Too many questions coming in. It's one of the reasons why some people again ask, why is this a free room? I think we're the only free room like this on the internet. I'm going to make that very bold statement. I don't know of another room in which a moderator shares his screen or his or her screen and is live and does what I'm doing. I'm not trying to blow my own horn. I'm just saying this is what, as a company, what Trade Ideas decided to do. And why we do it, obviously, we'd love people to take out subscriptions. And so you have to put up with me being a little bit promotional from time to time, but otherwise, trading is hard. We want people to be very comfortable with our program. Well, I know there have been people in this trading room for several months before they finally take out a subscription. All right, guys. Well, okay. Congratulations if you were able to hold on to this one. I mean, I still would have taken some profit, but the MTX is now alive again, alive and kicking. So, congratulations. This is one that I did get out of it. I did take this one yesterday in the simulator. OSW was a potential swing trade. I don't know, Sam, if you're in the room. Well, plus, I probably don't talk about the simulator enough because I'd like to take more simulated trades. What I was doing until this week, I was actually putting this on auto entry. Today, obviously, would have been pretty good to do that auto entry, taking these trades as they came in. I'll show you how you can do that. Usually around 10:30, I go over a lot of things, but all right, guys. So listen, yeah, on the mist, I was able to had to watch that one. So that hit 430. It's come back. Just be awfully careful on it. I've taken some out just over 4. Okay, 405, 405. So I still have a little bit left in case it does something insane. Meanwhile, CAPR, which I mentioned just a little while ago, is now above yesterday's high, guys. Another low float situation, 8.6 million in the float. You know, I took it off my watch list because of what happened yesterday. It was on the watch list. It was on the watch list yesterday, but it didn't trigger. If you're wondering how things, wow, look at this ML. I may be wrong. I mean, this may take out that high, get over 2 today. I may be wrong. So just a word about my watch list as we start approaching that 10:30. Word about my watch list. Once the mark, these are the stocks that have triggered. My watch list probably has, I don't know, 25 or 30 stocks in it. These are the stocks that have triggered from my watch list because they've they've met the filter requirements, okay? And one of them is that the stock has to be above yesterday's high. So a stock could be on my watch list, and if it's not over yesterday's high, then it's not going to trigger in here. There's a minimum volume, a few other filters that have to be met. So that's why, you know, I don't want every stock in the watch list to trigger. It's called April showers, Calvin. So what I do is just the question. See, I have a watch list that I create, and the symbol it changes. The name of the watch list changes. I make the change Friday afternoon once the market closes, and so you have to load it at least once a week, because that'll change. So even if you decide you want to save these windows and incorporate them as part of your layout, you can do that, but you have to do it at least every Monday morning, because the symbol list name will change. So what happens is, once the market closes today, I'll take a look at my entire watch list, not just these ones that triggered from it, and I'll go over each symbol one by one and take a look at the daily, weekly, and monthly chart to see whether or not I think a stock still has some room to move. So even if a stock didn't trigger, maybe it really didn't do much, but it still looks good in terms of how much room it could have if it really starts to get going. That's why the MLND made it into the watch list today. Okay, and assuming if it holds this area, you can see it'll probably make the watch list for Monday also. So that's the exercise I go through, looking at today's current watch list and checking to see which ones I think could be carried over to the following day, which would be Monday. Then I have a bunch of scans that I look at, which will give me ideas for new stocks to be added to the watch list. And so that's the exercise I go through. And then Monday or the next day, all you have to do is load it, and you don't have to do anything. You just have to wait for the alerts to come in. And I can't tell you to take the trades. It's just a matter of, sometimes, you'll see something that triggers and maybe it moves down immediately, but then it comes back later on to the trigger price. I'm not a big swing trader, Brad, but the question was in the YouTube room, am I a swing trader? I'm not a big swing trader, but most of these stocks, because of the room that they have, describing how much room they might, can be held. I mean, if the stock trades well and closes maybe near the high of the day and all, and it still has a lot of room on that daily, weekly, monthly, hey, it's up to you if you want to decide you want to hold it. Now, obviously, you got to be a little bit careful in this environment, in my opinion. The bios, the pharmas can be a little bit tricky. You never know if they're going to spring a financing on you. If it's an energy stock, I find it very difficult. But that's up to you. I can't tell you what you should swing. Exactly, James. I mean, to me, it's very risky. You get the right one, yeah, it looks fantastic. You know, this is typically something that I don't have, I shouldn't have in here. This is an index. I know it's in the AI also. I don't usually trade indexes. So now I'm looking at some of the ones that triggered on the short side, which I didn't really, pay that much attention to. But look at this one, NBLX. It triggered at 680, down to 637. Appy 855. What did it get down to? Yeah, I mean it's popped. 1006, still hanging underneath 10. So not bad, especially this one, the NBLX. I mean, look, they're not all going to be super winners, but certainly the NBLX on the short side would have worked out very well. So obviously, guys, I mean, you have to, I can't tell you when to get out of these things, but the minute this popped down below 4, in fact, what I want to do is I just want to put my limits in here now, or my marks, so I do a video later on. I bet you SM is on the way down. Yeah, SM is on the way down. And then just underneath. So I'm all out of the Misty. Now this will probably still be in the watch list for next week. Unless it collapses, goes all the way back down to, $2 or something. How did I find it? Well, was that move there yesterday on the daily chart? Okay. So one of the scans picked it up. So that's why it made the watch list. How do I have unlimited day trading access or brokerage? I'm not sure how to answer that question. Are you in the US, Larry, or I'm in Canada, so I don't have the PDT rules are not in effect up here. So I mean I don't know how to answer that question. I think unlimited day trading you need 25,000. Or did I say PDT? It is PDT, pattern day trade, yes. I said it right. Yeah, I don't know, Shane. Listen, I mean, I have mixed emotions about it. I mean, I've heard a lot of people, especially, well, maybe it's because of the volatility of the market also, but I've heard not great things about TOS as an example since they went to free. I may be wrong about this MLND, guys. I mean, this may just, but I'm not chasing it. I'm not going to chase it. But look at the original alert. So far, these three have been awesome in terms of a percentage increases from the original alert. So, guys, as usual, It's the bios. You know, why do we love the bios? Because they're active. Now they're you got to be careful. You've got to be very, very careful. A lot of these are very low float situations, so they can go up, they can go down more quickly than they can go up sometimes. Yeah, I mean, just look at mist. Look at the daily. I mean, the daily candle yesterday, but then when I looked left and I saw, wow, I mean, look at this. Look at the gap potential fill. So that made it probably my numero uno today for me to follow. You know, I mean, I did not know that it was going to do what it did. My crystal ball isn't that good. All right, we're getting close. So, okay, Chris Red, you can hear me and see my monitor before I answer your question. Man, oh man, it's looks like I'm going to be wrong on the MLND. It looks like it's going to run without me. Okay, so this is sort of the fix for you. Okay, I'm assuming okay when you say another screen, you have another monitor. I've got 3 monitors. So this is what I do. What you can't do is sort of say, okay, I'm going to want this as a container and then just move it all over. Okay, but I have a feeling this will be the fix, and for anybody else with multiple monitors. All right. So if you have multiple monitors, maybe you want to pay attention to what I'm going to say. So I have 3 monitors. So what I do is I put my toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what I designate as my main monitor. I arrange all my Trade Ideas windows as I want them. Then I have Trade Ideas windows on my other 2 monitors. I put them exactly where I want them. Okay, so once I've done that, then I click on Tools, Options, and see where it says Layouts. And then you see where it says Loading Layouts. Check. Open relative to main window. Check that and then save it. Once you do that, when you exit Trade Ideas, you know, you save your layout and you exit Trade Ideas. When you re-enter Trade Ideas, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be in all your monitors. Okay? So that, you know, that's not exactly, you know, the ability to move all at once, but I think typically that's all I care about. I've been doing that forever. I've never seen the need to take something and move it all over. Okay, so Brad, so I was asked to do that one more time. So make sure, so if you again multiple, well, even if you have just one monitor, you know, you want to make sure that you don't have to every time you load Trade Ideas, you don't want your windows to be all jumbled up. You want them in the same spot all the time. So again, put your toolbar upper left-hand corner of your main monitor, what you'll designate as your main monitor. Okay, and then arrange all your windows on all your monitors as you want them. And then click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Tools, Options, Layouts. And then check Open relative to main window and save it. Okay? Well, it's pretty simple, Phil. I mean, all you have to do, I mean, you create within every alert window or top list window that you create, you basically just, you know, here I've got a price range. So I could put minimum 2 as an example. Have you ever created an alert window or a top list window? But I mean, you just, which is fairly basic stuff. All you have to do is just, put 2 in the min. All right, guys, AMTX now, if you look at that weekly chart, 152 is the high right there. So it's trying to, well, it's impossible that you will see that if you've got your price range fixed, it's impossible. I mean, I'm not saying our program is infallible, but it's virtually impossible if you set the price range and put a minimum of $2 in there. As a filter, it's virtually impossible. Yeah, try again. Maybe you didn't save your work. Maybe you did it yesterday and you didn't save or something like that. Okay? Yeah, but it's again, I'll say it's virtually impossible that if you put a minimum price of 2 that you'll see anything under 2 if you have that filter in place. If you're getting some, please send me your cloud link and I'll look at it, but it's almost impossible. So guys, this is a case where the algo worked, to not get you out of the trade. I still suggest that you should have taken some out. Okay, but I mean, it's obviously 34% now. Tremendous percentage move. Yeah, links, it's a matter of closing it down in the right order. I keep forgetting. See, I don't, if you can follow this, David, this is what I do. Okay, this is what I do. So when I click on external linking, I just disable it. Okay, I click on it and I disable it. And then tomorrow or on Monday when I reload, I just enable it. Now, you can save the linking. I think it's a matter of, I think you shut down, I don't know if you shut down your brokerage platform first and then you shut down Trade Ideas or vice versa. I can't remember. But that's all I do though. Because see, because of when I'm doing my after hour work, I don't want my brokerage platform to be open. All right. So when I close it down, if you don't disable, what happens is you get this little warning popping up all the time. So that's all I do. I just disable it. And then Monday morning, I just enable it. It's really that simple. Okay, give me, now it is 10:34, so time for me to talk about links and all the wonderfulness of Trade Ideas. So just give me 1 second, please, all right? Well, okay, the watch list is set for the day, all right? So what happens here is that these will get up, well, not, I don't know if you want to call it updated all day long, but I mean, there could be more extractions later on in the day, depending if the triggers are met, or my filters are met. Okay, so, but the watch list is set for the day. And then you just wait for whatever triggers from the watch list all day long in these two windows, and here too. Does that make sense? So I'm not adding, in other words, I'm not adding stocks during the day, if that's what you mean. I don't want a lot of stocks triggering. You know, what I'm really trying to do here, and I'm sorry, guys. I know those who've been in the room forever, you know what I'm going to say. When I first started doing this about 4 or 5 months ago, I can't even remember when I started. This was not for me. Okay, this was not for me. This was for people who are new to trade ideas, new to trading. I was trying to say, okay, how could I get people who are new to trading or even new to trade ideas just to concentrate on a very finite number of stocks all day long, rather than having to set up all different alert windows and clicking like mad. So that was the idea of it. I mean, you know, some days, you know, you might get, I don't know, 5 to 10 up, maybe 5 to 10 down. That would be an excessive day. But what I was finding is, never mind for new traders, I love it. So, you know, I concentrate on my watch list all day long because it gives you focus. Yeah, you know what? Not everything in my watch list is going to be that screaming runner. But hopefully enough on a consistent basis is enough for people to kind of get the idea of, well, why are these stocks in a watch list? You know, and I keep trying to explain, well, look at the daily, look at the weekly, look at the monthly, look at the potential room that these stocks have to run. All right, I want to talk a little bit about our links and our program. So first of all, welcome to the room. If this is your first day or week in the room, welcome to the room. This room is open like this, Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. I also have a YouTube feed which is running concurrently. And I moderate that YouTube feed. It's virtually the same. People see my screen, they can hear me. Just not the same interaction here with traders. And also, it's harder for me to give people links. Okay, so this is more, I call this the advanced trading room. YouTube feed is fine if all you really want to do is hear me and watch and see my screen. So I moderate that room from 9 to noon. And then one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over from 12 to 1. And then I resume again from 1 to 3. But no point being in both at the same time. In fact, it'll be too distracting. You'll probably get an echo, you know, because the audio is, there's probably a slight delay in the YouTube feed. So you'll get an echo. But just there's no point in being in both of them. Now, if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. Okay, let me try to answer. To monitor the stocks. Well, you notice, okay, so Dr. Cut Loss. So, you know, when I get an alert, I load it. I see what is it doing. You know, it refreshes my memory about why it's on the watch list again. You know, because it's got a lot of room, daily, weekly, monthly chart. So I'm always loading it. You know, I'm always loading to see where it's coming from. So you'll hear a phrase I use all the time. We don't marry these things a lot of times because, you know, low float situations, they can be very, very erratic. You know, so these are not the type of stocks that you want to get into and then walk away for an hour and come back and, you know, hopefully that they're still up. So, I mean, it was a tremendous trade from the alert. You know, I mean, from 330 got all the way up basically almost $1, but you've got to monitor it. So where was I? So if you want to, I have a lot of scans that I am sharing. If you click on the scans link within the trading room, all these scans that I'm sharing, and I added the single stock. Okay, I added this, people have asked me for my single stock setup. It's fine. These are the filters I'm using. So I've added it. Also, if you click on that room drive icon, looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share, download. So that'll go to a Word document. You can look at all the scans later on. And the links I'm going to talk about, the training links, the webinars, etc. You can click on that also, and that'll go to a Word document. Again, always you can look at it at your leisure later on. So 2 ways to access all this. Let me talk about the links right now. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus and the AI. But first I want to talk about our training. Look at CAPR, man, oh man. The training, Monday to Friday from noon to 1 in the aforementioned YouTube channel. You can click on that right there and that'll set you up. Webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. We don't have a beta anymore. We're now on the production version. Please download the latest. Okay, because if you don't have the similar tab in your single stock window, that means you're not on the latest production version. Also, if you don't have the buy and short buttons on the chart. So please download the latest right there. Okay, it is 4.2.149. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for that. I'm going to go over the test drive again. Click on that link. Click on that link. You'll be brought to this page. This is the test drive. It starts on May the 11th, so it's a couple of weeks from now. And it runs to May 22nd. That is 10 trading days. It will cost you $8.99 for those 10 trading days. You'll have access to our full premium service just as if you were a premium subscriber. Also open to our standard subscribers who want to upgrade for those 2 weeks, 10 trading days. It will cost $8.99, but you'll have access to the premium service. Again, once the test drive is over, don't worry. We don't put you automatically into a subscription. When it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. Of course, we'll offer you a very nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription. And the same with the standard subscribers. Once it's over, you'll go back to standard. Of course, you'll be given a promo if you want to upgrade to premium. We only do this 4 times a year. So it's a good opportunity for you to try us out. Now, again, if you click on the link right now, basically what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Okay, no data until May the 11th. Yeah, so you should, I don't know exactly how it works, Brad, but so you have a standard service, okay? You have the standard subscription, and you want to upgrade for those 10 days. I think you'll get an email, or it'll be automatic. I'm not sure. I don't get too involved in that, but it's either going to be an email that you're going to get, or it'll just automatically be done. The question was, okay, I'm a standard subscriber. I've signed up for the test drive. How does it work? How do I get upgraded to the premium for those days? I think it's either one of 2 ways. You get an email, or we just do it automatically. All right. If you click on the subscriptions, look at LIVX. There's another one that is just insane. It's not super low, 35 million LIVX. And again, look at it's a little bit more choppy on the weekly chart. If you look at the weekly chart, you can see some highs right around there at 306. So what did it do today? It got right to 299. You can see if it takes out 306, then it has room up to that 430 mark. Again, when I say that, I don't mean it's going to get there. I have no idea. I'm just saying we sort of want to take the chart resistance out of the equation. That's all we're doing. If you click on, in fact, just give me a second, please. I have to run and get some water, okay? So I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. All right, sorry about that, guys. Let me just get rid of that little message there. All right, so if you click on the subscriptions tab, you'll be brought to right there. You'll see right down here we have 4 ebooks. And the bottom 3 are swing trading setups, okay? And the top one here is an earning season book. It's a take on earning season. I always say this, these ebooks were designed within Trade Ideas. These are not third parties, all right? I do have a Twitter account at @bbruin44, stocks only. We've talked about the test drive. If you do want to take out a subscription right now, there is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha. Instant 15% savings off the first month only or the entire year. Let me just put that one into the just put those links in here. I'll answer your question in a second there, Poobah. How do you set it? Okay, Brad, just right click on the chart and where it says time frame, and you pick your time frame. So just right click on the chart where it says, and you just click on time frame, okay? All right, so again, if you click on the subscriptions tab and then you click on subscribe to Trade Ideas, this is how much Trade Ideas does cost. Wow, CAPR, just rippage. Premium yearly, standard yearly. So $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The huge difference between premium and standard is the AI. And if you wanted to auto trade anything, you need our premium service. Well, I'm going to go over all this, okay? But let me talk about this also. You don't have to take out a premium or a yearly subscription. You can always start off with a standard monthly, 118 less the 15%, or 228 less the 15%. If you decide within 30 days you want to upgrade, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15% promo code. Okay? Now I will talk about the AI. Okay, let me. Well, it all depends on how big your screen is. I mean, you can zip. Okay, so Brad, I mean, if you hit the control key, press down on your keyboard, and then you scroll in and out. Okay, so it must be just do that. You know, I can go back as many days as I want on a time frame. Not as many, but I can go back. It's just a matter of zooming in and out. Okay, before I get into the AI, somebody asked, how do you put a sound alert, a notification for Holly? Okay, so it's just like any other, like an alert window. Okay, it's exactly the same thing. You just right click and actions and check play sound, set up the sound. Okay, now you can go text to speech or check use custom sound. And then you select the sound. And here we have 3 folders. Within each folder, there are several sounds. You can pick a sound and open it, and you can play it. If you like it, you say okay, okay, and then it'll be attached then to the window. And that's what we do. I mean, you have, excuse me, the idea is you put different sound alerts on different alert windows, and of course your AI. I have a sound alert for my price alert window. If I can find it, there we go. I have a sound alert for my price alert window. So the minute you hear a sound, you know, eventually you'll know exactly which window to look at. All right, let me talk about the AI now. So, and this is going to change. You know, I keep saying it every day, but I know this is going to change. I can't tell you exactly when that's going to happen, but basically the AI has about 50 strategies that get optimized at the end of every day. Waits for the market to close, and the optimization procedure takes, this is not one of the AI strategies, but takes a look at all the filters that are in place, maybe makes adjustments to the filter values, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through what we call our back tester, and a tedious process, very tedious process, even to do one. But imagine trying to do 50. So that's why obviously a computer has to do all this. Tomorrow then, we are, not tomorrow, but on Monday, once again, waits for the market to close, so it has access to the latest market data. And then Monday, we are presented with the strategies that make the cut. Making the cut typically meaning a strategy has to have a win percentage of at least 60% and a profit factor of at least 2. Now, and I say this every day, I don't care what strategies make the cut. All I care about is what alerts I get from those strategies. So what I do, and I don't display this all day long because it's just not fair for those of you who pay for our premium service if I'm going to do that. So what you do is click on New from the toolbar, and then the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That window will pop up. If it doesn't say all, please download the latest production version, okay? Then what you can do, then you just wait. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing for you to do. Wait for the alerts to happen and manage the trades as you see fit. I use it as a watch list more than anything else. I don't auto trade it or anything like that. And you can also then take this window and you can incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to do it every day. So that is basically what the AI does. Now let me talk about what stock screener am I using? Well, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so it's Trade Ideas. So if you care, Roy, about the AI strategy itself, like what it's looking at, what these, you can click on, where are you? Maybe it's in my links. Yeah, okay. So if you click on links within the trading room and you click on strategy descriptions, okay, that'll give you an idea about what they're looking for. Personally, I don't care. But I mean, you know, I understand some people care. I just don't really care. I just care about what alerts I'm getting. And I make up my mind if I want to, you know, how closely I want to look at them. But there it is right there. So from the links tab, click on that and that'll give you a little description about what they're looking for or what they're about, okay? Now, this is Brokerage Plus. Let me talk about Brokerage Plus. So Brokerage Plus, to load it, and everything I'm saying until I say it isn't, is part of the standard service, okay? Everything is part of the standard subscription until I say this is when you need premium. So to load your Brokerage Plus window, from the toolbar, click on New and Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. It'll maybe look a little bit different. You know, you might have different column headers. I think there's some defaults. If you want to change your columns, just right click on one of the columns and then click on columns, and here's everything that you have access to. Number one. Number two, these tabs up here that you see within Brokerage Plus, click on New, and here are the tabs that you have. Okay. You can use Brokerage Plus one of two ways. And what I demonstrate is basically simulated trading. So you can, if you check simulated trading, basically that's paper trading. Great way to practice trading before you commit real dollars. Or, if you want to take the plunge and commit real dollars, you'll need an Interactive Brokers account right now. You can connect Brokerage Plus to your Interactive Brokers account and use this to trade. We're looking to add E-Trade. Can't tell you when that's going to happen. So, in its simplest way to use this, if you click on an alert, you'll notice a symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Here's the price. You can choose what price you want to get in at. If you sell, if you want to short, you sell. If you want to go long, you buy. That's the simplest way. These are hotkeys. So flatten gets you out of a position. Half gets you out of half. Double your position. Reverse, if you were short, now you want to go long, or vice versa. Okay, these are hotkeys. So that is the most manual way to use it. You can also set up what we call one-click trading. So let's say you click on MLND, and you like what you see. You right-click again, and you hover over trade, and this box will pop up. Now these are, I believe what happens here is that we have some defaults that are set. And defaults. We've created some options for you to use, but of course you can create your own buying and shorting. This is what we're talking about, one-click trading. If I see something and I just basically, I've set up these ahead of time and I just click how I want to trade it. So how do you do that? You have to have the strategies tab. So you see here are the strategies right there, the short and the longs. You want to set up your own. Click on new, or right click, new trading strategy. You give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? Now all these tabs have information that you can fill in. I'm going to go over what I do on one of them to show you. I can't tell you how you're going to do it, but I'll show you what I'm doing for one of them. I'm going to pick this one, the chart long $100 risk. I'm going to also show you how you can use the buy button right on your chart in order to trade. And here's your clue. It says chart long $100 risk. So let me just show you what parameters I've set up. If I right click and edit the strategy, obviously there's the name. It's a long. I don't have an entry time. If I were going to auto trade my watch list, you would see that the slider would be at 9:45. It's not going to look at anything until at least 9:45. That's why you don't see anything until 9:45 here. Order details and risk management. So I'm going to hammer this point home. I would encourage you to get used to the idea that when you get into a trade, you have to have a stop. You have to figure out also, okay, not every trade is going to work. How much am I willing to lose on a trade? Now, how much you're willing to lose is going to be will have a correlation to your account size. Obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade based on a stop loss. It is a drop-down menu. This offset, what that 10 cents says is, you'll see that, okay, if I get an alert at 174, I may not be able to get the fill right at 174. How far outside of that am I willing to go? So if I use 10 cents, that means I would take the trade right up to 184 as an example. Rarely does that happen, but that's what that means. Risk management. So here's my stop. I'm using what's called a VWAP stop. This is now available to you. You'll see right there, it says 34 cents. So if I click on an alert, this will change all day long. Okay, it's a moving target. It's based on, it has a lot of different parameters. The VWAP today and yesterday, the high, the low, it's all fed into our system and it generates a stop. Notice how it just changed. But when you click on it, when you want to get into a trade, that's where your stop will be. And that's just a filter. And this is a drop-down menu. So, I mean, if you're starting out, I would, suggest maybe you start off with that VWAP stop. Don't ask how it's calculated. It's a proprietary. It is proprietary, and but I think it works pretty well. I've also put a target. Now, I don't put targets, but I do this just for illustration purposes. So I've put a target of 50 cents. Because people ask, can you put targets? Yes, you can. So what that means is that offset of 50 cents using a target of dollars, that means if I get into a trade, let's say I take a trade at $1 and I let it run automatically, I'll get taken out at $1.50 if I let it run automatically, okay? So that is, and you can put a hold time. I don't put hold times, but you can also put, if you want to swing it, you can swing it for a certain number of days, and get out of it at the open or at the close, okay? So you can set up swing trades also. But again, I don't put any hold times. So I'm going to say, okay, so let me show you how this works and how you can use the buy button right on the chart. Again, if you don't have that buy button, you have to have the latest production version of Trade Ideas. And again, you find it right here. Click on subscriptions and right here. Download TI Pro or Beta, okay? And it is the latest. There's no beta right now, okay? So let's take a look at so what you have to do is you take one of your long strategies and you designate it as how you want to trade using the buy button on the chart. So I'm going to designate this one. How? I right click and I check default chart long strategy. So now, make sure I didn't uncheck it accidentally. Okay. So now when I use the buy button on the chart, it will follow all these rules that I've set up. Okay. And you're going to see that it'll automatically take the share size. Let's take, so this is just for, demonstration purposes. Say I want to take the CAPR right now. So I click on the buy button, drop it right on the price, and you'll see right there, it took 435 shares. Why? If I take the entry, 843, minus the stop that was based on that VWAP stop, subtract these two, multiply by 435, I'm going to get very close to $100. Okay, now it's 115, but it's going to be very close to $100 because that's what I said. That's what I wanted my risk to be on the trade. Now at this point, and you can see right there, 50 cents above is 2. So if I allow this to run automatically, and it would take me out at $8.89 for a $200 profit. Okay, that's what that means. That was that target price. Now at this point, I can always write on the chart, and it's starting to move against me. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes. I can always take my stop. Maybe I don't want it there. I can move it down, or I could move it up. Okay, right on the chart. So let's say the trade starts working well. I would use this more like a trailing stop. Instead of using, I know people talk about trailing stops all the time, but instead of using some kind of an artificial percentage or 10 cents under, whatever that number might be, why not use this as a trailing stop and put it where it makes sense on a chart, where it looks like you have some chart support. So if it broke down through that support, that's where you should get out. So you can, if the trade starts working well, you can start moving this up. Also, if it gets close to the target price, you can also move this up, or you can move it down. Very, very flexible. Okay. Now, You know, at this point, I mean, it looks like there's my stop price. I'm at 822. I could get stopped out. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes. So everything I've just said is part of the standard service. And again, this is in the simulator. So James, if you want to trade using Brokers Plus and your Interactive Brokers account, yes. But if you just care about simulated trading, you know, we're using our real-time data. It has no bearing on what brokerage account you've got, who your broker is, okay? It has no bearing on it. It's using our real-time data. But if you do want to trade your account, you have to, the only one you can trade right now is with IB. And you just basically connect. And again, this is all part of the standard service. Now, here's where you need our premium service. Just a minute. You keep knocking that down. Just one moment, please. All right, so here's where you need our premium service. Well, two reasons. I mean, if you wanted to follow the AI all day long, I mean, you need our premium service, number one, okay? Number two, if you wanted to auto trade, say you created an alert window or you wanted to auto trade my alert windows, or you create your own alert windows and you wanted to auto trade them. Well, of course, you have to create your strategy as I've gone over, you know, a new trading strategy, or you could load from the cloud. You know, you've got, if you create your alert window and save it to the cloud, then you just basically load it from the cloud. You find it, click on it, and load it. And then it'll appear in here. Then you have to, of course, you have to then create the trading strategy. How do you want to trade it? You know, how much are you, where do you want to put, do you want to use the VWAP stop? How much do you want to risk per trade? Things like that. Okay, so you still have to create your trading strategy. Once you've done that, again, this is only if you want to auto trade, then you turn the strategy on. See, they all say off, and it's just a toggle. Right click, strategy disabled, click to enable, now they're on. So now what would happen, I'm going to turn them off. Now what would happen is the second a symbol shows up in your alert window, it'll take the trade automatically. So for that, you would need our premium service. If you wanted to auto trade, and again, I don't recommend it, maybe if you wanted to auto trade entries, perhaps, but at any rate, if you wanted to auto trade the AI, you'll need our premium service. Plus, you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus whatever discount there is, which is right now 15%. One-time licensing fee in that if you decide that you want to stop a subscription for a while, you want to take a break from trading, and then you come back, Brokerage Plus is waiting for you. Notice it took me out of the trade. And it couldn't get me out right where I wanted to. You know, I mean, this is why this is like real time, real world. Didn't quite get me out where I wanted to because, you know, it probably slipped right through. So let me just get rid of this. I just want to get rid of this. I want to start taking some trades and maybe with a little more purpose in them. Okay, so to sum up, if you don't care about auto trading, then Brokerage Plus, all you need is our standard service. You can, no, James. No, you only have to, okay, so please listen to me and everybody else, listen to me very, very carefully, okay? If you do not care about auto trading, you can use Brokers Plus to simulate trade and connect to your Interactive Brokers account, and you can trade your Interactive Brokers account, okay? If you don't care about auto trading, if you want to auto trade your own account, okay, you'll need an Interactive Brokers account. If you want to auto trade the AI, you'll need, of course, an Interactive Brokers account. You'll also have to have our premium service, and that's the only time you have to buy Brokerage Plus. So you don't need to buy Brokerage Plus, the license, to connect to your IB account. You can do it in the standard. Okay? Well, are you sure you want to? I think the connection, the port, it might be 96. But do you have an IB account and you're actually looking to trade? You want to actually try it? Okay, let me give you. There is a little video I can give to you. Yeah, I'm just going to find a video for you, okay? Okay, so hopefully that explained everything, all right? Why just Brokerage Plus is available to you. Your standard subscription is fine if all you want to do is, simulation trading. Okay, thank you, Michael, if you're listening to me. Thank you. Okay, so for you and anybody else who wants to connect to your Brokerage Plus, to IB, I guess there are 6 videos here. Okay, so you should watch those videos, and it goes over everything. Okay, I put that in the off topic. Oh, it depends, Roy. I mean, today, there's no. I don't even know what the average is. Yesterday was fairly active. I think we had about 20 or about 20 alerts. A couple of earlier AIs during the week, they only had about 5 or 6. Okay. It's not. There's no cutoff necessarily. Craig Edwards. Okay, I'm going to answer you. How do you scroll your charts to enlarge? Okay, couple things. Can you hear me and can you see my monitor? Before I answer you? Well, you just have to load you have to load from the channel bar my windows, and then you'll see them. I don't let you know. Are you not? Can you not see my my screen, Dr. Cutlass? Okay, so all you have to do is click on New, and then from the channel bar, and then My Windows. And then these 3 windows will pop up, plus a couple of charts. But it's a layout. I always have to tell you, it's a layout, or everybody. It is a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time, so it'll replace whatever layout you have. Well, if you don't have access to TI, I can't help you. All right, well, you'll see this May the 11th. Meanwhile, I did say Newell. I saw Newell in the pre-market. NWL was it's an earnings play. Released earnings pre-market. Market moving down. Poobah. Excuse me. Well, our float data gets updated, I think, twice a month. So I'm assuming that if you go back, excuse me, and you had a window, a top listener alert window, and it had the float as a column, it would probably, I'm assuming it would show you what the float was on that day. Yes, if it has been adjusted, but the float only gets adjusted, I think, twice a month. Now, obviously, again, I mean, look how whippy this was. Now, 142. So, again, so the AI on with the algorithm got out at 142. But please, if this stock got up to 177 from $1.17 and it started to do this, I mean, you would have to start taking some out. Okay, I mean, you know, again, you can't let it go all the way back down. Especially these low float situations. I mean, anything can happen. Yeah, okay, guys. Again, stocks only here. Okay, stocks only. I know there's a little bit of commentary about Elon and all. Put it off topic, please. Okay, this is for stocks only. That's why we have the tab like that, just for stocks. I mean, I know you might say, "Well, we're talking about Tesla," but you're not really. Okay, that's more off topic. That's it. It's just very few rules. Okay. There's that rule, and also we don't talk about how much money we make, how many shares we take. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? I haven't really been following. Okay, so the market's putting in a little bit of a red bar now, guys. A little bit of a red bar. So it was kind of holding its own, doing really not that much. So some of these high flyers earlier on, they're starting to drift down. MYO starting to drift down. Okay, Craig. Okay, so you can hear me now and you can see my screen. Okay, so basically all you do, go to one of the charts, left click on it so TI knows that's the chart you want. On your keyboard, press on the control key, press down on the control key, keep it pressed down, and then the scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay? So control key, press down on your keyboard, and then with your mouse, the scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. The question was how do you zoom in and out of a chart? Okay? I'm answering somebody in the YouTube room. All right, guys. So just watching NWL is drifting down. How did that CAPR? So what did it hit? $9. So it's dropped wow, dropped like $1.50 from the high there. Yeah, so SGBX, this is from Fred in the YouTube room. Yeah, it could be a little interesting. I mean, if it takes out 4, I'm the highs looking left on that weekly is around 497. So yeah, it could get interesting. It's a super low float, so be very careful. 1 million in the float, very, very low float. It has something what we call a red bar ignored, but the trigger would have been, yeah, not that far away. So red bar ignored, that concept is this. You have an uptrend. Then you have a red bar, which is totally engulfed by the previous candle. In this case, the 15-minute candle. And then if the next candle is green and moves above the high of that red candle, that could signify a long setup. So the principle, the theory is this. You've got a trend, you've got a pause in the trend, and then the trend continues. That's kind of the... Yeah, when you click on it, it's going to tell you, it's going to tell you where the stop could be. Asia, okay? So NWL right now at 1243, there would be your stop, 52 cents away. Now, and this will change. This will change, you know, because it's all based. It's also based on the high and the low of the day. So this is like this stop will change. You see, it's 53 cents now instead of 52. But when you click on the alert, it's going to tell you exactly using that VWAP stop, the VWAP stop, where it is. Market is moving down. And it's proprietary, so don't ask me how it's calculated, all right? It's just proprietary. Yeah. Nope, nobody got roped into this one, this GSUM. We've seen this a few times, you know, where you get some of these Chinese stocks, and they come up with a press release saying, "Hey, we've got some interest to take us private at a certain price," and I'm not saying it never happens, but you really, really, that could be with anything. I shouldn't pick on the Chinese stocks, but I mean, we see this quite a bit with the Chinese stocks. So just be very, very careful. Meanwhile, the high flyer, there's that MGGS early on. A little surprised. I thought maybe this would have more, would sustain itself a little bit more, just based on the news. You know, everybody's so excited about. I mean, it's a commercial order. I mean, even if it's only one kit, but everybody is just desperate for some good news with the virus, and we've seen that sort of a news release allow a stock to just keep surging all day long before it finally gives up. This one did not. There's only one positive sector right now, and that is gold. And again, that is kind of typical. Market down. Silver is probably very close. Yeah, very close. Flight to precious metals when the market's down. All right. Things have slowed down a little bit now for me. Yep, it's in right here. If you click on the scans, one of them is it's right there, spider sector list, right there, okay? And that's a good point, you know, I mean, if you're a new trader, you want to get, let's just say you want to get into something long. So there are a couple things. I mean, not 100% do you need the market on your side to go if you want to go long, not 100%, but it's always nice to have the market on your side. I mean, you don't want to see a big red candle coming down. And, you know, even if it's just sort of flat, I mean, the market doesn't have to be ripping higher for you to go long, but, you know, you don't necessarily want to see, you know, big red candles if you want to go long. It's not 100% because, you know, we're always kind of looking for stocks that are what we call more or less trading on their own. Trading on their own, meaning it could be an earnings play, or they could have, you know, news that will kind of insulate themselves from any market action, be it up or down. Okay? So that's number one if you're looking to get into, say, a long trade. The other thing to do, though, is to take a look at the sector that the stock is in. And you look at, you know, I mean, if you click on surgical, medical, well, I mean, that might be, say, IBB. I'm not saying that's exactly it. But let's just say you wanted to get into an energy play. Okay, well, here are some of the energy ETFs: OIH, XLE, and a couple XOP. So, you know, you might want to keep an eye on the energy sector just to see. You want to get involved in an energy play. What is the sector doing? So those are just examples of what you can do as you're beginning your trading experience. You know, after a while, you just get used to it. You immediately glance at the SPY. What's the market doing? You glance at your spider sector list. That's why I was saying, you know, so if you wanted to get into a gold stock right now, probably not the worst thing. Look at gold. You know, let's take you know, there's a gold stock as an example, NEM as an example. Okay, so I mean, just little tips, I suppose, if you're starting out as a new trader. First of all, if you're starting out as a new trader, please use our simulator. Okay, practice trading. Use the analogy. You know, doctors don't start on live patients right off the bat. Okay, so practice trading. Give me a moment, please. So this I know definitely started to move down. Interesting day for it, for sure. I had a little pop at the beginning of the day, and now it is moving down. I know. Of course, it's in the news a lot, both on the positive side and the negative side. All right, guys. Well, things have really slowed down, so I'll be taking my break in a little bit of time, another 20 minutes or so. So all the high flyers You know, I mean, they're all starting to drop. Wow, look at I know though, 1075 on the alert. Let's see what on the short side, which you would expect as the market starts moving down, you would expect this action. Like a lot of times these little floats, they don't care that much about the market, but eventually, you know, even they are going to care about what the market is doing. But look at these short opportunities, 1075, 1010 now, NBLX. What did I get down to? 627 from 680. Appy got down to 821. Halliburton probably is not moving that much. You can tell the ones that really move are the low floaters. I mean, Halliburton's got a huge float, 868 million in the float. Did it get underneath? Maybe now is the time. We've been watching this one for several days. This day, it announced a financing at $4.75, and it reacted very strangely, in my opinion, and many others. Typically, when a stock does a financing, you know, existing shareholders hate that because their positions are being diluted. So the financing was at 475. Typically, what happens is that the stock falls below the financing price. You know, sometimes it might be a little bit above the financing price, but this one was way above it, and it's maintained. We keep waiting for it to maybe fall back to the financing price, but so let me talk a little bit about our similar window, or the similar tabs, or the similar tab in the single stock window. Now again, I would encourage you, I am now sharing this, okay? This is now a link that you can have access to. Where did I put it? I put it in scans. I think I might have put it in scans. There it is, single stock window, okay? You can also access it from your room drive icon. Scans that I share, so you can look at them all at your leisure. So there's the single stock window, so that's what it would look like, you know. You can of course, these are just filters. I right click, configure, excuse me. Here are all the filters that you can have. Okay, these are just filters that I'm using. So, you know, because I'm interested in the VWAP stop, the VWAP right there, the 200-day moving average. I'm interested in where a stock is in these various price ranges. Okay, things like that. But that's just me. You guys, of course, can do whatever you want. But I would encourage you to have this window open. At a glance, it gives you a lot of good information. Including the similar tab window, or the similar tab. So what is the similar tab? So if you click on the similar tab, and this is how I use it. Now I don't use the price action yet. I may start to later on. I think we need more filters, but I use the competitors. So what happens is this. So I take this and I duplicate it twice. Right click, duplicate. I put one there, duplicate it again. I put another one there. Why do I do that? So what I can do is, one of the columns is the change from the close. So if I double left click, I will see the ones up the most, and I do the same thing down here. I double left click, and I can sort basically this column on the ones that are up the most and the ones that are down the most. So I can see at a glance what's happening to stocks within that sector. Okay, so there's Vivus down the most. I think they announced a financing. I'm going to say I think they may have. Doesn't really matter, but anyway, that's how you can use it. So you click on an alert, and you see, there's Momo down the most. What is the one that's up the most in that sector? Not much, but there's CrowdSource. Okay, not much. But it's a great way to keep tabs within a sector. But here's how I really use it. Not available on the web version yet. It will be, I can't tell you when. I know but they are working on it. Okay, Roni? So that's not available on the web version yet. But this is how I use it. So I click on CAPR and you notice it's in the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector. This is a sector I want to track all day long. So what I do is I take it and I pop it out. I right click, pop out. Now it's a top list. Now I can take that top list and now I can start to configure it the way I want. I can put in a price range I want to follow, a relative volume, a minimum volume, all those sorts of things. So I can really customize it the way how I want to follow it. And this is what I've done. Because this is such an active sector virtually every single day. And so you can see right now, I mean, there's a GL right at the bottom. Because I also add the position in the day's range column and I sort on that. So because what I want to see the ones that are near the top of the range and at the bottom of the day's range. Again, here's VSTM. You can see it's right at the bottom. Okay, right at the bottom. Now, typically what happens is maybe by the last 2 or 3 hours of the day, I'll start to see some of these that are right near the high. Not today, not yet anyway. So that's how I use it, and I just have this on another monitor, and I follow it all day long because these pharmas are active. They're the most active sector probably going. So that's how you can use it. Of course, you don't have to do that. If you want to follow the rigs or stocks in the energy sector or home builders. Here's Mist coming back, guys. So are you talking about zooming? Like that? Is that what you mean? Eddie? What I'm doing on the chart, is that what you mean? Can you see me? Or can you see my monitor, what I was doing, Eddie? Can you hear me, Eddie? That's the other thing. All right, so you're talking about, so go to the chart, left click on the chart to make it the active chart, press the control key down on your keyboard, and then with your mouse, the scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Is that what you mean? Okay. Meanwhile, VSTM continues down here. Oh, this is nice break here on that daily. Looks like it has some support around 130 for VSTM. Okay, so left click on the chart just so that Trade Ideas knows that's the active, and then just start typing. Literally just start typing. So if I type, and you get the change symbol box will pop up, and then you can either click on change or hit enter on your keyboard. The other question I get a lot is the symbol linking. So you'll notice that when I click on a symbol here, that symbol will appear in all these 5 time frames. Why? Because there are only 2 options. If I right click on a chart and I click on properties, you get the chart up higher. If I right click properties and see where it says symbol linking, so I've checked it. So only 2 options, to check it or uncheck it. So here's your clue. Obviously, the SPY chart is unchecked. That's why it doesn't change. Yeah, you guys that we're talking about Tesla. A little 70-point drop, 10%. So guys, I've only taken the one trade today, just the missed twice. This afternoon I'll take some more trades here in the simulator. I say this afternoon I'll be taking a break in about 10 to 15 minutes. Momo continues down here. I thought it was an earnings play, but it's not. But 4 million shares. It's a big float, 155 million in the float. And it still has some room. Look at that daily. So on the weekly chart, the next low looking left is 21. So it might have still some room down there, but maybe 21 will finally stop its slide. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. I am still here. Okay, Iris. Oh, okay, Michael, if you can hear me, great, great. 5 minutes before, thank you. I need a break. Iris, welcome to the room, to the YouTube room. Welcome. All right, guys. So I say I'll be taking my break in about 5 minutes. Michael will take over in the YouTube stream at about 11:55. So I'll take my break in this room till 12:30, and then I'll resume in the YouTube feed at 1 o'clock. A lot of good setups on the short side today. Well, look at that. I know 1075 all the way down to 974. Yeah, and it was shortable too. So this has been a pretty good watch list for the day. These three at the top here, excellent to begin with, but you know you can't hold them. But really good to begin with, and you know the Halliburton guys. I mean, this got a lot of room underneath. If this market continues down like this, I would expect Halliburton to keep falling. HAL. It's a big float. And this one, Neophotonics, NPTN, this is really sinking here also. See if I see any news on this. I don't know if there's a way to actually do that, Craig. I mean, what you can do, of course, is you can always, I don't know if there's a way to do that. Let me just try something here, okay? I just want to make sure I've got... Just give me one second, okay? Okay, so if I open this up, I don't think there's a way to do it, but let me just open my windows as an example. My single stock window. Doggone it, I forgot to pin it. Okay. Okay, so here it is. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do it. I don't think there's a way in which you can just say expand. I mean, obviously what you can do is you can take, like what I've done is arranged all these windows and I've expanded them. You know, I mean, you can obviously take this and expand it. But I don't think there's a way to just say, okay, fill my entire screen. So what you can do if you have a channel that you really like, then and you want to, you can always say you know you could always do what I would do, I suppose, is take the channel and then, if you want first of all, most of the time the channels don't have that many windows, so I'm not sure you want to, have a huge channel, like a huge window. Look at APO. But you could always then save the layout. So you can take a channel and save the layout as under another name, and then so you can have that channel saved under another name. Then when you bring it back, it'll be sized the way you want, I suppose. All right, Michael, let me know. 5 minutes. It looks like it's let's see if our computers are synced. You're good? You're streaming now? Okay. I'll stop my streaming. Thank you, Michael. Streaming now? Okay. I'll stop my streaming.
Hello, everyone. Let me know how the sound and everything is. Let me switch over here to my desktop. And you should see that there. If I've done everything right, you should both be hearing me and seeing my desktop. That's the goal here. Sounds good. Great. Okay, so if you guys are new here, essentially what we do is we give Barry a much needed break for an hour every day where we come on and answer any questions that you guys may have. So, just to introduce myself, name's Michael Noss or Bon Para on all the social medias and all of that. My focus on in trade ideas is I essentially build a lot of the stuff for the AI, the back tester, the auto trader, that type of thing, as well as being a trader myself. So that's my area of expertise, but I hope I'll be able to help out with any questions you guys have. And please keep the questions coming. We very much like when there are questions because, to be perfectly honest, we don't have a whole lot of prepared for this. It's just a nice Q&A where we get to hang out with our clients and potential clients and answer any questions they have. So the first question there for Iris is, where do I see the recommendations? Well, if you have premium, all you have to do is open up your channel bar here. And if you click on the Omni AI, let me actually get my pen out here just to make drawing on the screen a little bit easier for you guys. Epic pen. What do I think about buying Tesla? That is a hell of a question that needs a whole bunch of answers. The most important thing is, what does your written and tested trading plan say about buying Tesla right now? I'm a car good stock man. There you go, Sean. I was going to take a little bit more of a teaching moment and just say, if you don't know what to do, that means your trading plan sucks, and you need to get to work on another one. It should tell you when to enter and why, and when to exit and why. It helps if I put in the right symbol. Under all circumstances, right? What do you do when you're right? What do you do when you're wrong? What do you do in every opportunity in between? To me, as a trend trader, I would look at this and just say, here's a high and here's a potential lower high forming. And two big red body days, I'm not a bottom picker, to be honest. But again, my style is different from a lot of people. I know a lot of people are. I would have been more, I know exactly what my trading style would have done. It would have got me involved right here. And whether or not I made money or lost money would have been based off those rules. But, all right. So let me get back to answering the AI question. So, take a look here. We have Holly AI. This will give one segment. There are three different segments right now. I may have just leaked something, but there may be more on the way. Let me get this out of the way here. But Sean is right. The Omni AI basically will contain everything. So if you just want to look at one of the AIs, you can see Neo right now. If you look at these windows right here, you can see Neo right now is performing the best. 2.0 is kind of flat on the day, and looks like Holy Grail is kind of making a comeback here. And if we take a look at the Omni AI, it will change the layout again, and things will look a little bit different. Don't know what's chugging my computer right now. No worries, Michael. Again, that's just my opinion. You know, your trading plan should tell you what to trade. It's going to be different for everybody. But yeah, my trading plan has more to do with I look for technical patterns and candlestick patterns near short-term moving averages, and I take the stocks in that direction. It's just the most simple way that I have found to stop myself from bottom feeding, which is something that I did a lot of back when I was struggling. Hey, I'm a new trader and interested in the market. What kind of setup do you suggest? Uh, Again, it's going to be about making your trading plan. I am going to shamelessly plug for brand new traders a series that I'm doing on my channel where me and my fiance, I am taking her and teaching her how to trade kind of step by step. So I'm going to link that there as some shameless self-promotion. But if you are a new trader, I think it's a good one to figure out what you do, because what setup I suggest may be completely different than your trading style. Now, what I will say is a good trading for new people is this AI. Whether or not you follow it faithfully is entirely up to you, but at the very least, what the AI does, as you can see in this NRGU, is it gives you a trigger price and it gives you a stop loss price, and it calculates how many shares you could take based off of whatever you put into the system as your risk tolerance, and then at least you know and you're not in trouble. Right? That's the very least that the AI can offer you is a little bit of statistical advantage in a trading plan. Yes, creative thinking. Thank you very much for we've noticed we've emailed back and forth a bit, and we've noticed the very kind words on the YouTube channel. Jess really loves that. When she started, she was worried that the internet was filled with mean trolls, which it is, but it's good to see that there's some support for what we're doing there. Pre-market setup. So I actually like the built-in. So if you scroll down on our channel bar here, we actually have a pre-market channel right here that you can open up. And this does a couple things that are great when looking in the pre-market. Is the first, it has these two windows here. And this will just show you what's gapping up and down the most in the morning. And then this is like a pre-market stream. So what I do is the first thing in the morning is I actually open this up and I leave this running on my computer while I'm doing, emails and all that kind of boring stuff that I take care of in the mornings. And as I'm letting this thing run, it's printing off when things are hitting new pre-market highs and new pre-market lows, or if there's a volume spike on a stock in a pre-market, right? If we look at, right, PFCG, right? You can see it did this little spike in the pre-market where it went from 27.24 to 27.89 in like 5 minutes. And it will tell you that. And it will say, okay, JQC, for example, is putting in a bunch of volume. And OSR was making pre-market lows right here in the open. So this will kind of stream by with things that are going on. There's not going to be too much right now because the market's open. But the other thing it's going to do is it's going to show you these, right? So GSUM had 136% gap this morning. It will alert that to you. HUBG had a gap down of 21% today. It'll alert all these for you automatically. So this is my go-to is just this channel right here. And then what you can do is you can grab one of these and pull them out and pin them if you want and change, based off the price that you like to trade or the volume or whatever it is that you're after. So that's how I scan the pre-market. I don't do as much of that anymore myself, to be honest, because now what Neo is, for you guys who don't know, is Holly Neo is essentially designed to trade things that have gapped and are trading a really high volume. So you can see in conservative mode, It's up $368 today. And essentially that's just from looking at these. But if you take a look at these stocks, like Band had a nice little gap here on the open. AMTX, right, had a nice little gap here on the open, had a nice run up here. And then as it came down, Holly got out of that position. NRGU, same type of thing. Nice gap down. Holly kind of sold here on the open. It's been selling off all day. Right, so I don't do a lot of pre-market scanning anymore just because I know, there'll be a few of them that Neo will put out for me. And because I kind of built Neo from the ground up, I'm a little bit biased. So again, guys, we are going to be here answering questions for another 50 minutes. So the more questions there are, the less you will hear me waffle on about completely random stuff. So make sure you guys utilize this time. We set it aside for you. Is that option available with the standard subscription? So no, the pre-market scanner I just showed, that is available with the standard subscription. The AI is a premium ad. So if you're looking to do the AI, you'll need a premium subscription. If you're looking for just the regular scanning, you want to know what's going on in the pre-market, you want to see stocks that are making new highs on lower floats, or crossing moving averages, or any of that kind of standard stuff, that's in the standard. What you get with the premium subscription is the AI and the ability to run your own back tests. So let me run some back tests here to show you guys. Let me take a look here. If it's going to hurry up. But yeah, so this ability to backtest, the ability to fully auto trade is premium, and the AI is in premium as well. And the rest are standard subscriptions. What time does the pre-market open? We start getting data around 7 Eastern. I'd say we're kind of fully up and running about a 7:30 Eastern. So that gives about 3 hours before the market opens to kind of take care of whatever you were looking to take care of. Oh, we just got a trade here. So what you're looking at here is the auto trader that I have. This is not a real account. This is an account that I use for demo, but also what I use this for is I'm testing some new strategies before they make their way into the Holly. So I run algorithms, I run backtest, all that quantitative nerd type stuff, but I realize that that's no substitute for real experience. So what I do is anything before I'm planning on giving it to Holly is I put it into the system, and I say, okay, I want you to trade this as if it was real money in our sim, which is a great part of our sim. And then if it can both back test well and it can be traded well in the real world, then it makes it to Holly. So that's what you guys are seeing now is a bit of behind the curtains. This is this NSC. And essentially what this is going to be looking for is stocks that are coming up into gaps here and then reversing back off it. And I have to do some refinement because I don't think all of those. So like Team, you can see gap down, came back up, and then sold back off. Right. Hi, Michael. Will you be able to supply your swing trading strategy you supply on your channel? No, unfortunately, because there's so much discretion. So again, a shameless plug for anyone who doesn't know, I do weekly videos on my channel where I show an automated swing trading method that I came up with using Trade Ideas. And essentially what I do is I run back tests, like I'll show you here, on Friday night from a series of a handful of strategies that I have. I think I'm up to 10 strategies. So this is a back test. So this basically says that if you took every trade that came through that, this would be your equity curve over the last few months. If you took 100 shares on every trade, you can see 65% win rate, 2-to-1 risk reward. It's a decent one. So what I'll do is I'll run all these and I'll figure which are working best in this market. Then from there, I scan those with my own eye because there's usually a lot of them. And I pick 2 longs and 2 shorts and I plug them back into the back test or into the auto trader here. So I can build rules around that and I can say, hey guys, only trade if and when certain things happen. So don't trade, for example, I can say don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Don't trade if the stock's gapped a huge amount above or below the price that I was interested in, and all of these. And then I let them run until Friday. Then I close them down and I repeat the process again. So for the last about year and a half, I would say, I've been tracking that. And on my videos every week, I say this is what I made or lost this week. This is what I'm looking at for the next week, and away we go. But because there's so much discretion to it, it's not something I can just kind of put into the system, if that makes any sense. But again, you can continue to go over to my channel and just kind of check them out from there. And I'll just put my channel in here, just some more. Basically, these are just, these are just me plugging my stuff, I guess, for an hour. So that's for the question of where do I find them. So how do you set up Holly Voice? That's a good one. So let's go to the Omni channel and I'll show you some stuff with the audio setup, which is a great tool for, people that may just have their trading up on one monitor or minimized or something like that. So if we wanted to say, for example, have Holly speak to us, I guess, when a trade's made, we can go inside any of these Holly windows, the strategy trades like this, and just give a right click. And under actions, you can click play sound, and you can set up the sound to be asterisks or a beep or whatever. But my favorite, and I think what you mean by Holly Voice, is text to speech. And as soon as you click on text to speech here, it will try to read the symbols. It's funny, sometimes if the symbols are close enough to a word, it will try to pronounce the word, but it's enough to get your attention and say, oh, it's this thing that she's looking for. Then the only other thing is to make sure up on your title bar here that this sound icon isn't muted, because you can quickly just click on this and it will mute basically everything within Trade Ideas. So sometimes that gets kind of muted. I click on it sometimes when I'm trying to click idea surface, so make sure that's good. And then Holly will read to you every time there's a new symbol. What's my best AI channel and most successful trading strategy? So again, heavily biased here. I'm just going to say that because, I started with Trade Ideas maybe 2 years ago, and have done some small changes and iterations and updated to the AI. But Holly Neo was my first chance, where Dan, our CEO, said, here, Mike, build something. The ropes are off. You can do whatever you want. Just build it and let's try it and see what happens. So, there's a lot of sleepless nights and sweat equity built into Neo. So again, that's going to be my bias. But when it comes to Neo, there's 4 strategies that show up every day, and 2 are a breakout short and long, and these trigger early in the morning, and they look for continuation type moves. So let's take a look at this breakout short in NRU. You can see it triggered 15 minutes in at a break of this low, and quickly profit was made. Again, it's kind of chopped around, but I like to scalp these strategies myself. I like to get triggered into them and take profits pretty quickly on both of them. And same with on the long strategy. You can see it triggered in through here, and then it chopped around for a bit before it went. Again, I scalp these. So I'm in it at 411 and I'm out at 430. Again, myself. The other ones, and then the other two are these pullback strategies. So pullback long and pullback short. So pullback long, what that's looking for is a later day move, again, on gapper stocks, but it's looking for the stock to pull back and then basically for a short-term moving average to catch up. So this is, if you guys are watching Steve, this is kind of what he'll do with a lot of stocks where he waits for the 10-period moving average to catch up. That's what this strategy is looking for. It's looking for something that was crazy off the open, but now it's kind of, chilling out a bit as a moving average is catching up to push it higher. So I scalp these two breakout strategies, and then I use these two longer term strategies, the pullback long and the pullback short, and I ride these for a longer period of time. There are no symbols next to it. Yeah, they're all right here. They're all under, you see this symbol column right here, and this symbol column right here. Here are the symbols. And as soon as you click on them, they populate the charts. So you just got to look under the thing that says symbol, and you'll see the symbols right there. Your preset scans up in real time, or do you need to refresh them? Nope, they're all real-time scans. So there's two different types of scans. Let's just go back to, do I have one in? Let's just go to this one. Lots of different layouts. I'm going to have to reformat this thing on the weekend. It's chugging. So this is a top list. So this basically just sorts stocks and filters stocks by a certain amount. And then all you have to do is every 30 seconds, this will auto refresh. If you're looking at an alert window, they refresh in real time as action is happening. So this one here is a real-time scan that's basically looking for a doji yesterday. So I want to see this kind of doji candle yesterday, and I want to see a move out of that. So this will refresh the second something fits that criteria of there was a doji yesterday, and today there was a movement. Any strategies for dip buys? Yeah, there's some pre-built ones for that as well, where you can look at stocks that are up or down the most. So this taking on water channel will show you stocks that are down a bunch today. And you can pick a point to reverse, or you can build your own strategy if there's something that you want to look at for the dip buy. So for example, CRC is one of the biggest losers of the year. If we look at big losers today, DCTH is high up on the list. You can see that one sold off dramatically. Right, so trading below yesterday's low, you can take a look. So these are all, everything in this channel is watching things that are down a bunch today. So and then again, if you want to get into it, you can build your own strategies. Let's take a look. So again, this strategy here is a counter trend trading strategy. So you can build a lot of these. Now, when it comes to the AI, we have some in there as well. my favorite, I don't know if it's here today, I'll take a look. But my favorite, I don't know if it's Steve or Andy that built, it's called the 5-day bounce. No, not today. But again, these change every day based off what the market condition is and what Holly's taking a look at. Nickelback, I think, is a little bit of a pullback type strategy, but nothing came through there today. Probably because the market has just been selling all day, so it really hasn't been thinking that looking for these dips are going to work. But there's a quarterback didn't do anything either. So no, there's a couple pre-built buy the dip type strategies in there, just not working today. There's some here for continuation mainly, seems to be leading the day. How do you get the symbols on the bottom of your dark SPY chart? This is actually a neat little trick that I actually just discovered myself. Let's go back to my layout and I'll show you. It's just a window on top of another window, but it looks really cool. And I actually found it from a layout that Brad did. And for a second, I thought it was a feature. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I realized it kind of always been a feature. I just never figured out how to use it. So what's going on behind this window is a compare count window, we call it. So if you go new and compare count window, you can see that you can basically plot a high and low of whatever you want. So if you have a symbol list you want to look at, you can do that. If you want to look at the whole market, you can do that. If you just wanted to look at, again, any kind of configuration that you can think of. So if you just wanted stocks over a certain price or a certain volume or a certain market cap, whatever it is, you can customize all that here. And then you open up this compare count window and you can see it's doing a couple things, right? So these lines are saying, okay, the stocks making new highs are 16% and stocks making new lows 84%, which makes sense, right? The market's selling. But what it's doing here on the bottom is it's printing every time a stock makes a new high and low. So what I do is I put this under the SPY window and I do a couple things with it. One is if I'm going to make a long day trade and I look down and I see nothing but red scrolling by, maybe I'll take a second and reevaluate. Another thing is if I see the same stock come through again and again and again, DRI or something like this, I might say, well, what's going on here? And if I click on it, it brings up the chart. You can see I was long DRI. Obviously didn't work in the sim account. So that's two ways I can look at it. Is I can say, okay, well, what's going on? This QTNT is hitting new lows. I saw it 4 or 5 times there. So it's a great way to get, it's kind of like tape reading, back when tape reading was a thing, but this is the whole market, which I think is great. Does Holly automatically work on all strategies that are built in the software, or will we need to build our own? So Holly works on the strategies that we have built. So Holly works on, things that we have built, that we have focused on. The reason that we can't really leave it up for computers or to users is that every single night, Holly does like 100 million simulations on just the stuff we built. And that's how, at the end of the day, you guys are seeing things that is heavily optimized and tested. Now, if we gave that to all of our users, we would need, NASA's computers to be able to handle it. But you can build your own, right? And that's what, I talk a lot about on my channel. You can see over there, there's a lot of resources out there, but it's a lot of, trial and error and what do you want to see and how do you put it in, and away you go. So when it comes to the AI, we're working on something where you'll be able to feed your own strategy into a machine learning optimizer. It's no ETA on that yet. It's a big task when it comes to server tech and all that, which we are masters of server tech, but it's still a big ask. Where is the strip with the symbols next to the candle bar with the sign of camera? I'm not too sure, but if you're looking for the Holly symbols, they're just under where it says, really know what you mean. Where is the strip with the symbols next to the channel bar? But yeah, I agree with letting Holly handle it. And again, I think Holly is a great tool. Well, just look for yourself, right? Holly's got, if you got banned anywhere when this happened, you had a great run of it. Now, where we're working on Holly is things like profit taking, right? Stop moving. I want to teach the people. Stop surfing. There we go. So on band, for example, right? It shows the entry price. If you're just auto trading it blindly, or you're just looking at the numbers, it's saying, oh well, the entry was 86.80 and the exit was 88.05, and you say, well, that's a great trade, until you see that it went up to 92 here. So if, as this thing's rallying, you're doing your own risk management where you're selling in parts as it goes, or say you pick a short-term moving average and you're going to trail it on that, or you come up with your own exit strategy on top of Holly's entry strategies, that's amazing. So we're trying to get better at that as well. But again, at the same time, what we've given is this like super amazing tool. And then what we hope is that our users take it and figure out really cool ways to do better. Your goal shouldn't be to do what Holly's doing. Your goal should be to do better than Holly, which is actually one thing that when we talked about how I trade NEO, it's one thing that I do every night. When I look at the trades that I made each night off of NEO, I look at how they did it. The strip of tools near the channel bar. Oh, this thing. You're talking about this thing right here, right? Sorry, are you guys talking about this that I'm drawing on the screen with? This is not trade ideas. Sorry. I could, maybe for confusion, I could keep it off screen, but that's just a program called Epic Pen that we have no affiliation with, but it's just a way to draw on the screen. It doesn't do anything with trade ideas at all. It's just an annotation tool for showing you guys what I'm looking at. Yeah, so that's what it's just called, Epic Pen. It's got nothing to do with trade ideas. It's really useless unless you're doing something like I'm doing now, where you're trying to, for whatever reason, you're on a Zoom call or whatever with us all locked up, and you're trying to like point at something. You can do that, but that's not part of trade ideas. I don't understand Holly Auto. The trade got a loss with, let's take a look, JFL. Holly Performance is great today, by the way. $341 on conservative mode in NEO and 56 in Grail, with a small loss in 2.0. So yeah, JFL was just not a trade that won. It's just, right? It shorted here and then it got stopped out. Happens, right? It's find someone who says they're right all the time trading, and I found you a liar. I have a stop loss of $30. Well, this one probably just moved fast and you got slippage. So, you may want to lower your trade size. You may want to see if you can exit them a little earlier, but that's just how the market works. So slippage is essentially from when Interactive Brokers sent your order to the market and when it got executed. There's a difference in that price. Now, you guys, I'm going to sound like an old man now for a second, but you guys have got it great. When I started trading, slippage was monstrous dollars, right? Slippage here could be seconds. It's just pop out with a loss. Well, again, that's what happened. That's like that. I don't know what else to. That's the market, right? You sent an order. A stop loss order is a market order saying, get me out at whatever price. By the time Interactive Brokers sent that order to you, if a half a second went by and you got filled for a worse price, that's just your broker being your broker, right? There's nothing that, the market is not, just because something's trading at a price doesn't mean that you'll get that price, right? That's how the market happens. It is Holly that is trading. Yes, but you understand that Holly's not actually trading. Holly is sending orders to Interactive Brokers, which then has to send orders to the market. And there's slippage. It's just the way it works. It's the way the market is designed. You can only buy if there's sellers, and you can only sell if there's buyers. And if the market's moving quickly, you take a little bit of slippage. But you can see that overall, even if you took all Holly's trades, even with slippage, still a great day. I'm in Holly. Next to the trade appears profit save. What does that mean? That's just why so you can see here it says exit reason. So this is just showing the exit reason. So right here on GFL, the exit reason was the stop got hit, right? It entered a trade, it put out a protective stop, and it was wrong. Again, you need about a 30% accuracy if you've got the right risk management to make money. Holly is probably in the 55 to 60% accuracy, which is fantastic. And away you go. So they're repeat about profit save. Okay, so there are a couple ways that Holly will exit. One is with JFL, which stop got hit. It's the only trade today so far that the stop got hit on. Right? The rest of them you can see are still fine. So what a profit save is, let's take a look at band. So what happened with Holly is on band is you can see that it entered here, and here is its stop. You can see nowhere near its stop. Never got stopped out all day. However, when Holly saw this big move happen in band and then the price started to pull back, Holly said, the price is coming back pretty hard here. Let me save the profit. So that's what profit save means. It basically says, okay, I'm up, but I'm worried that if the stock continues to pull back, I won't be up anymore. And away we go. Larry says, so for slippage, we should look for stocks with more margin. So no, margin is something that you apply with your broker so they give you more money. When it comes to slippage, the biggest thing to look out for is just how much volume has been done on the stock. The more volume that's been done on the stock, the less slippage you'll take. So for example, a stock like Apple, you won't get any slippage at all. Conversely, what's going to happen is that it doesn't move as much on a percentage basis. Whereas something like NRGU, you wouldn't get much slippage on this. That's pretty active. Let's go back to GFL. Right, it's traded 400,000 shares today. It's a 17 cent or a $17 stock. It's possible now, if we zoom in, you can really see what happened. And again, this is just since the market's been the market. Slippage has been a problem and traders have been cursing it. But you can see that right up here where it got stopped, it actually gapped. So it just means that in this area, there was nobody really buying or selling. So you take a little bit of slippage, right? And that's the game. So what you can see is I've re-entered automatically, and you can do that in your Holly setup just by going to Brokerage Plus here and saying, where is it? Again, this is the sim account. You can turn on your re-entries right here. And essentially what Holly will do is say, okay, I got stopped out of the first one. Let me take a second crack And where she takes a second crack is halfway between the stop loss, which was up here, and the entry price. So it's saying, okay, I wanted to short this because of the statistical advantage, and I was wrong. Again, find me a trader who's never wrong, and I found a liar. And it kind of spent some time up above price here, and then it crashed down through. And just 2 minutes ago, Holly said, okay, I'm going to give another shot to this. So it re-shorted and then put its stop out here. So, if it's right, again, away we go. But if not, it'll just get stopped out again. And again, that's the nature of it, right? It's why nobody should kind of put all their eggs in one basket, right? I'm in Holly now. What does it mean in 3 hours? Oh, you mean right here where it says market closes in 3 hours? That just means that the market will close in 3 hours, roughly. If you're seeing it somewhere else, let me know. But there could also be maybe in Holly. Let me take a look there too. Because there are what we call time stops within Holly, which means that Holly will stop at a certain time. Time stops. Okay. Oh, right here. That's where you're talking about, in 3 hours. So that just means that this particular strategy will close in 3 hours, which is when the market closes. So certain strategies may have certain hold times, right? Some may hold for an hour. Some may hold for, all day. Like, for example, this will hold all day. It'll be out of the market in 3 hours, which is when the market closes. So it means that these strategies, unless it, does a profit save or a stop loss or something that we've talked about before, it's just basically Holly saying that she will be out in 3 hours. And that's and you can see by the column there, it just says time until time exit. So the 3 ways Holly will exit is if a stop loss is taken, if that profit save that we talked about earlier is taken, or if just the time ran out. And part of the reason we do that is everything we're doing within Holly is simulating a day trading environment. A lot of people use it for swing trading as well, but we just, for accounting sake, for numbers, we need to account for it somewhere. But also, and this is something, just a good lesson in trading, you should always have at least a mental time stop. Because, say you bought Band right here, and say Band did nothing all day, right, like this. Then basically what you've done is you've tied up mental capital and physical capital, like actual money, on something that's not doing anything. It's best to say, okay, I'm going to get in this trade. If in the next hour it doesn't work, get me out. And I'll just go and find the next thing. Because these kind of sideways moves can be more frustrating. Whereas, right, in Band, you could see popped up like $5, had all the opportunity in the world to make a bunch of money on it, and then move on, right? We're traders. We're not long-term investors. So time stops, I think, are a good idea for all traders. One of my old trading mentors kind of brought me onto that idea, and his philosophy was, I'm going to enter a trade and I'm going to give it an hour to be profitable. And if it's not profitable in like an hour, I'm just going to get out regardless. You can always get back in. And what he found is that saved him wasting a lot of his time on trades that just weren't working. And the same with his swing trading. He'd say, okay, I'm going to buy this stock. If in 2 days' time it's under where I bought it, even if it's under by a penny, I'm out. And that way it's like it either works or you're going to go on to something else. So that's why we built that into Holly as well. We don't want stocks that are kind of chopping around all day to really tie up capital. We want Holly to exit those and move on to something that's better. So again, we got a whole another 15 minutes or less if Barry gets really antsy and he wants the room back. So feel free to ask questions, guys. I am, again, and we are here every day. So if you're someone who's learning the program, if you're someone that is not so much struggling, but you want guidance, you want help, then save up your questions, please, right? Save up your questions, write them all down, get ready to come in. Come in once a day. You can ask any questions you want. And the best part about this kind of support over like a live chat or an email or a phone call or anything like that is I can show you the answers right now. So please, 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 again, any questions, just build them up. Come here at noon. Dump them all on us. We love the questions. How is the performance running working with Hollow Trade owned strategy? Year to date, I believe on average, Holly's up around 7 or 8%. Each individual one. It's kind of hard to say exactly because it's all about how do you trade them. Are you someone who just wants to trade them? There's different ways. There's risk on, risk off, a bit of both, right? All of our users are trading it a little bit differently. I will say the people who are doing the best with Holly are letting Holly deal with the entries and then they're managing the exits. So again, back to Band, right? Band is going to be kind of the example of the day. The people that we know that I talk to on a daily basis that are doing the best, that are making a bunch of money with Holly, what they're doing is they'll say, okay, Band got them in here, right here, and they put their stop down here automatically. I was talking to a guy today about Band, and he was like, I love this. I love Holly, because what he did instantly is he raised his stop up to here. So all of a sudden, he's risking $2 less than Holly. He knows he's going to get stopped out more often and is fine with it. That's good for him. And then as this kind of monster rocket had, he sent me his chart and it just had sell, 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 sell. And then I think he sold his last little bit kind of right here. And again, his theory was just, I'm going to let her pick the entries with edge and I'm going to be there as the active manager. So he's constantly just scrolling down through Holly's trades and saying, okay, I like this one, let me add to it. Okay, this one moved a bunch, let me take some profits out. Like, what am I in from Holly? This tailwind. So we bought in here, and look, the stop's all the way down here. Well, that's not, I don't believe in that. Let me move that up. I'm going to put my stop right here. So boom, I'm already risking less than Holly is. Just because I don't think if it gets to this 52.60 area that the odds of it going back up and me being profitable are very good. Right? So that's just how I, right, bond shorty with GBCI. The stop's way up here. I'm not going to do that. I'll put the stop, now that we're up a bunch, I'll put the stop under break even. And again, this is a lot of what our traders are doing, is they're saying, okay, well, right, here's the initial stop. I don't feel a need to risk that. So I'm going to move my stop here. Oh, look, now I'm up a bunch of money. Let me move my stop to break even. It actually shows you right here what you would make or lose. So right now, if I get stopped out from this, I will actually make about $2, give or take, right? Slippage, that type of thing. And then what I may do is, again, this is a demo account, but if this was my real account, when Holly took this initial sell, as it neared the low of the day, I probably would have sold or covered a chunk right there. So again, it's letting Holly show you where the alpha is, and then kind of using your own trading eye. Maybe you've got an eye on the market, and you're saying, okay, well, the market's selling dramatically here. So I'm going to be real tight with my my shorts, because if we bounce, those shorts may turn negative. So let me just really pull down stops. So again, it's good for you. Really, we're a small shop and it's a lot of programming, but at the same time, we need those brokers to get excited about working with us and to like let us onto their API. So if you're a TD Ameritrade plan, you really want Brokerage Plus, it wouldn't hurt for you to email them and say, hey, have you heard of these trade ideas, guys? I would love to be able to link my software to theirs. And maybe if enough people ping them from that end, maybe they'll be a little bit more excited to play with us. Is there any way for a Holly to swing stocks? So there's a lot of people who use Holly to swing stocks. Right now, Holly will close at the end of the day, but again, we're here on the sim. For example, let's say I really like this FMB. It's, say Holly bought me in and it closed at highs, right? Right now, this isn't a great trade. But say I really like this as a swing. We got this nice clean pullback here on FMB, and I want to say, okay, I want to buy this and I want to hold it for a couple days. Well, I can just go in, I can right click, and I can modify the time stop order, and I can say cancel the time stop. Now Holly won't get me out at the end of the day. Now I have taken the responsibility to manage that myself. But I do that a fair amount with my own trading, where sometimes if a trade is good, say, for example, this is one of my own algos, but say, for example, I snagged the bottom here on CVNA. I got it, and it closed like way up here at highs. Odds aren't high, but say it does, and it puts in this big hammer candle on the day. I'm going to cancel that time stop, and I'm just going to hold on to it and keep it going for the next day. Couple rules that I suggest. Again, I'm not telling anyone how to trade. A good rule is, if you're planning on turning a day trade into a swing trade, the first rule you should write down is, I will not turn a negative day trade into a swing trade. If there's any of the traders in here listening, I'm sure you can agree with that. We've all done that, where we have a really bad day trade and we go, I'm going to hold this overnight and see what happens. And it never works. And the time it does is probably more dangerous than when it doesn't work. Does he use Holly's AI or just his own criteria? He used Holly for the gentleman I was talking about that I talked about. He used Holly's for entry. He then uses his own mind for exit. And again, that's how I trade. I use my own algos to enter stocks, and then I manage. So me and Sean did I don't know if Sean's still listening, but if me and Sean did a podcast I can link, where I talked about how I moved from a trader to a portfolio manager, which is to say I don't scan for stocks intraday. I let trade ideas put stocks in my portfolio and I manage them. There's a couple mental benefits to that. I won't go too much into them. I was just talking about that podcast we did. What was it? A trader to a portfolio manager. There's just some questions that didn't mean to put you to work. I don't know if you're in the middle of something, but is there a way I can get in touch with support? I've signed up for the trial run. I'm having trouble with clarity on Barry's screen. I'd love it resolved. So Barry's screen's got nothing to do with the trial, but I can show you something real quick. Let me open up this and then go over to here. I love how to use Bing search. Again, this is a virtual machine. This is why it's got all this junk on it. But and you may hear, let me mute this. So if the quality of this isn't good, what you would do is right click and just normal click on this little cog right here. See where it says settings? Right here. Right, and if I click on that, you can see it's a little fuzzy on my screen too, but you can see it's 480p. So you want to bring all the way that up to 1080p HD. And now, if I look at this now, you can see how much clearer it is. It's going to be a bit of inception, I think, going on here. But so that's not so much on Trade Ideas side, but that's YouTube, right? So it's between YouTube and your connection. So that's kind of the best way to do that. And after you do that, it will, like, if we go back to where Barry was streaming and make this big, you can see how much clear, well, I guess it depends on what you're looking at. But for me, this is crystal clear right now. And it's because I've turned it up to 1080p HD. And again, that's going to be whether or not your internet can take it is just going to be all about between you and your internet provider. So I've questioned, do we link with E-Trade? Not yet. We're working on that actively. That should be soon in Asterix. We have to test it a lot. There has to be a lot of testing that goes through it, but that is our next ad, is E-Trade. I'm Canadian, so it doesn't help me out, which is unfortunate, but I hear for you guys it's a pretty good platform. And again, if you have any broker that you would like to auto trade through, go ping the broker, because we are you can believe us, we are going after all of them. Oh, in the TI trading room, I would chat with Barry about that when it gets back, but you might be able to just use YouTube for the stream. But note, however, that you have access to this the trading room all day, every day, regardless of the trial, right? That's free and open to everyone. So don't feel like you're in like a super rush to get that done. But I would chat with Barry when he gets back about things. He may have better suggestions on how to make his trading room a little clearer. I don't. It hasn't been a problem for me, but maybe he knows something that's a little bit better. But again, you can always use the live stream. We're moving more and more to doing more on these live stream because it's just so easy to get people into and all that. Thanks for the detailed info on the best way to run Holly. Oh, thanks for the kind words. So again, yeah, Barry's the guy. He's gonna know way more about the room than anyone else at Trade Ideas, and I'm talking to him here, and he's trying for you for sure. For now, I would maybe use the trading room for the chatting and use the YouTube live stream for visuals, because you're seeing the same thing anyway. And don't worry, we'll get it looked at for you. It's. I was hoping to get with Sebastian. Yeah, I think he's the guy who runs the. So it's important to note that whoever runs the room and Trade Ideas are separate kind of companies. We just kind of buy the room from him so that you guys have a place to go. So you'd have to reach out to the trading room provider for that. All right, I'm going to see if Barry's back and give him back the keys to the castle. So it was good chatting with you guys. And again, for anyone who's new, if you've got like 20 questions that you want to come and ask Trade Ideas about, I guarantee you your answers will be better answered here than in any sort of email or live chat or anything like that, because we can show you in real time exactly what the answer to your problem is, and it's just the best way to do it. So, and again, you're doing the traders that come here a service, because we trade all morning and then we come in and do this. So you're actually helping us out with the questions, because there's no content kind of prepared. So I am going to turn this off now. Barry is clamoring to get back. So you should see a little bit of a switch here in a second. Everyone have a good weekend.
310, might have a run. Look at the volume that's coming into it right now. Look at the volume. All right, guys, I think I'm back in the YouTube feed. Pamela, I tried to. Sebastian says that he's not heard from you or something's gone on. Okay, I know you've had this problem with the screen in the trading room because I've asked him and he's usually incredibly responsive. So I don't know what's going on. We can try again if you want. I mean, it could come to a point though that because you seem to be the only one, it might be some weird configuration with your computer. I know you probably don't think you have one weird configuration, but we can try again. Because I've contacted him a couple of times and he says he didn't see a pop-up from you or anything from you. And again, he's usually very responsive to situations like this. Oh, okay. All right. One more time. So you're back in this room. Okay, so one more time. I am going to contact him right now. And I know he came into the room, in fact. Just give me a second here. All right, I've just sent him an email, okay? All right, well, let's see. I just sent him an email. I don't know how busy he is, but well, the high right there, 310. I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, Hootie, you look at the weekly chart, you can see a bunch of stuff right around this area. The high right there is, I don't understand. I wish I knew why this happens, why when I click on it and I don't get the little pop-up box. Anyway, I think I have the alert set right here. I mean, it's almost, I think it's right around 310. Okay, so Pam, he's coming into the room. He says he's going to come into the room, all right? So just hang on, all right? And then you guys can try to figure it out. I mean, listen, it may be that nothing's going to work for you. I have no idea. All right, there you are. You see, Pam? Okay. Okay. So you guys have at it. Try to figure it out. Okay, so the highs were 305. One moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. And now back. So do you see what I'm looking at, Hootie? I mean, this area right there on that weekly chart, it kind of touched, it got right into it, and then it stopped. The volume is good. It's a fairly low float, 35 million in the float. Meanwhile, AGRX continues to climb here. MIST is starting to climb also, MIST. We're starting to get a little bit of life now in some of the earlier ones. What was the other one I was looking at? SLCA? Okay, guys, I've got to do my video now. It's crept up on me, so I got to do my video now. So I'll be putting myself on mute for a bit here. When I come back, I'll take some simulated trades. All right, guys, I'm back. Get rid of the announcement. Okay, so what happened? Let's see what happened to the there. Okay, so it hasn't moved yet. It's getting close, guys. It's LIVX. You know, I mean, if it takes out 314, I mean, there's a new high. There's a new high. I mean, it's. You just wish these things wouldn't happen. I don't mind the red bar, but that bottoming tail, I mean, it got all the way down to 295 underneath 3. So it's still a little bit erratic, but let's see if that's a red bar ignored that is really has formed. Takes out 314 and then finally starts to go. Okay, because you're sort of misinterpreting, Chris. When you're downloading from my channel, it's not my layout. It is just the watch list. Okay, it is not these three. Oh, look at MWK. By the way, let me see this one. So why that is because the channel is just trying to get people focused. My windows here. Okay, just trying to get people focused on these three windows. That's it. You'll notice if you click on a lot of different channels, there are very few windows. And really that you're just trying to focus people on very few windows, but especially in my channel, just these three. If you want these other ones, everything is accessible from the scans. I mean, and this is sort of an a la carte. I have a lot of scans that I am sharing. All right. So you just have to go into in the trading room, click on that scans link, or I think probably what a lot of people might do is click on that room drive icon, looks like a half open folder, and scans that I share. If you download, then they'll all go to a Word document. Then you can kind of take a look at them later on. Okay, but that's why, not everybody wants, I have scans that people don't want. You might want this, another person might want this. So that's why it's kind of a la carte. But the main reason for my channel are these three windows right there. Okay, makes sense? I am not on mute. I hope I'm not on mute. Can you guys not hear me? Okay, good. It is on my list. MLND is right there. It is on my list. So when you say it's not on my list, it is. Maybe you can't see my screen. If you're loading it right now, I don't know what you see if you load right now, but you have to start loading. Oh, because it wasn't moving in the pre-market. It really wasn't doing that much in the pre-market, I don't think, anyway. Yeah, I mean, look, here's 9. Yeah, I mean, it didn't do anything in the pre-market, that's why. So Pam, I see that Sebastian is trying to help you. If you've now, he seems to think you only have Windows 8. I mean, if it's Windows 8, then there's not going to be a heck of a lot that you can do. But I know he just sent you a codec. Whoa, Kim, you know what I would do? I would look it up for the exact definition. Okay, just a second here. Okay, if you look it up, you're going to get the exact definition. I mean, in a nutshell, a public offering is just that, directly to the public, where a direct is usually to investors. And usually, and there are very few direct offerings. I think Spotify was one. Basically bypassing like an intermediary, like an underwriter. There are not that many direct offerings. I would say 99.9% are all public offerings. Yeah, so at some point, Pam, I mean, you just might want to. I mean, Windows 8.1. I don't. And Microsoft doesn't even support that anymore. So that's probably your reason. I mean, that's the reason. Why don't you just upgrade to at least 10? Well, Windows 10, or do you have like a super old machine? Oh, okay. You thought you had downloaded Windows 10. That's got to be the reason. Yeah, it's a little old. I mean, it's 5 years old. But Windows 10 should solve that. All right, so let me start taking a few trades here, just demonstrate how this simulator is working. See if I can find something that's interesting. Let's, in fact, let me take a look at that. What's the one I was looking at earlier? LIVX. So let's take a look at LIVX, okay? So let's take the trade if it gets to 313. So I can drop, so I make sure I'm connected. Okay, so I'm going to use the buy button right on the chart. I'm going to drop the trade. I'm going to drop it right at that level there. So it will take the trade. It'll take the trade if the stock goes up to 313. And it established a stop. Why did it do that? Because chart long $100 risk. So what you do is you take one of the long strategies that you set up. You have to set up a long strategy or your strategies. So assuming you've done that, if you haven't, I'm going to go over that. But assuming you've done that, then you basically say, okay, if I'm going to use that buy button, in other words, going long on the chart, I have to assign one of these long strategies as a way in which I want to do it. So, this is the obvious one because I've named it chart long $100 risk, and I just check default chart long strategy. So when I take a trade using that buy button on the chart, it's going to follow these rules. It's going to risk $100 on the trade approximately. It's going to be as close to 100 as we can get. And it's going to use the stop is going to be the VWAP stop. Now, the interesting thing is it hasn't taken the trade yet. So one of the things you can do, you see here, time in force. So I don't know what the default is right now for people, but let's just, for argument's sake, I don't know what your default is. Maybe it's 2 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever. Let's just say this sat here for 10 minutes. Then the trade would disappear. It wouldn't take the trade at all. I mean, that whole order would just disappear. So you can up the time and force to whatever you feel comfortable with. So right now, this is, in force for 83 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm not sure why it says 83 minutes, to be honest, but that's what the time and force means. So these are the rules. Again, $100. So that's why using that stop, the VWAP stop, which is a big drop down menu, the VWAP stop, which is available to you. And I put a target of 50 cents. So if it takes the trade, you're going to see, you'll see that it'll turn to a light blue color. And of course, it'll show up in the positions. And then you'll also see a target line will be drawn on top of it, probably right around 363, 50 cents above. My limit offset is 10 cents, I think, on there. $0.10. So in theory, let's just say for argument's sake, I do have my order in at 313. Let's just say for argument's sake, this all of a sudden just takes off. And it starts zipping through 313, 314, 315, okay? So in theory, I would take that trade all the way up to 323. It doesn't happen that often, but you may not get the fill exactly at the price. Well, you can do it percent or dollars. I've always just used dollars. So it looks like it's not going to take this trade. So what I'm going to do is now you could do it the other way too. I'm going to cancel it out of the orders. I'm going to cancel it. So there it's gone. Now I could also do it another way. What I did here was sort of a conditional buy. A conditional buy up here. I could also do a conditional buy down here. Let's just say I wanted to play more on a pullback. So I could say, okay, why don't I drop it down here? And if it moves down here, I'll take the trade. So let's try that. Let's see if that works. So I'll drop it right there. Okay. So it'll take the trade at 289. Now the stop is for a little further down, of course. So let's see if it takes the trade more on a pullback. So now I can take the trade immediately if I want, just by dropping it right at the current price. But right now I'm just playing around. See if I can get, maybe on a pullback. My scan charts, G3, okay, I'm answering you in the YouTube feed. My scan charts were generated by, no, these nothing to do with the AI, nothing to do. Oh, message retracted, okay. Okay. Okay, so I see you put it back again. No, these... So when you say my scan charts, what exactly are you talking about? Are you talking about these charts here or up here? What you see here has got nothing to do with the AI, okay? The AI alerts are on another Another monitor. You must have a frozen screen. Maybe all you should have to do is just do a refresh. If you can find the gear, you can't see my screen. You might not be able to see it, but the gear in the trading room, sort of in the upper right area, and right beside it, there's a refresh. Maybe that's all you have to do. Hopefully, that's all you have to do. Typically, if you can't hear me for some reason or the screen seems stuck, you just have to do a refresh. I mean, it happens from time to time. I mean, everybody's system is different. Yeah, so it's exactly right. So I mean, if it took the trade, you've seen me do this many times, haven't you? If it takes the trade, then basically it's just the difference between the entry and the stop. And if you actually saw, and then you divide 100 by that difference, that'll be the number of shares it takes automatically. Just math, just simple math. Let's take a trade. Let's just actually take a trade. The reason I'm not going short is I can't get the sell button to work the way I want it to with the stops I want, and I don't know why. So that's why I haven't. Otherwise, I would take a short and show, but let me take this trade right now and missed, okay? I'll just take it and I'll show you what I mean. So I'm going to take the trade right here. I'm going to drop it right on the price. Should be right at the price. Okay, so it took the trade, missed. All right. So if you take 375 the entry minus the stop was automatically placed because of the VWAP. You can see exactly why 375. There's the VWAP 70. Remember, this is a moving target, so when we took the trade, it must have been right at 75 cents. So that's why we get $3. Okay, 375 minus 3, 75 cents, times 135 is approximately $100. And there it is. There's the $100. So I risked $100. So using the stop, that entry, using that stop of $3, which was generated because of the VWAP stop, okay? Now, I don't know why it changed so dramatically. I'm not sure why that changed so dramatically. But anyway, it's not 100 shares, JC. You're risking $100 for the trade. You're risking $100. You're not taking 100 shares. You're missing the point in this. What you're doing here is you're saying on the risk management or order details, that 100 is based on a stop loss. You're risking $100 on the trade. If the trade doesn't work out, you're trying to lose no more than $100. Okay, based on the stop loss. You can go fixed dollars or fixed shares, but I think people should start getting used to saying, okay, look, how much am I going to risk on a trade? If it goes against me, what's the most I want to lose on the trade? So that's what that $100, that's the 100, that's not shares. And then when you use that stop, and it draws it right on the chart. Here's the stop. So at the time when that order, at the time when that order was placed, it was placed right at 375. There was the stop. I mean, it's just simple math now. 375 minus 3 times 135 gives you $100. You know, so that's how that 135 was automatically created. Okay? It's just, and I'll answer your question. Well, it's the stop that is created. Now, okay, first of all, let me answer, BRAD, this is a filter now that available to you. Okay, it's available to you now. I mean, if you right click, and you can have this, by the way, you can have this window, my single stock window, but it's available now. So if I search, if I right click and I click on configure, and then I do a search and I literally type in VWAP, VWAP, there it is. I used to have to create a custom stop, okay, and you guys couldn't use it. I'm going to get rid of this now because there it is. So it is now a standard filter. It's a standard filter. Now, if you actually want this window, oh, I have no idea. I have no idea in Thinkorswim. I mean, you're in a trade ideas trading room, so I have no idea in Thinkorswim. And you asked a question, a filter for the best stock scanners. I mean, everybody has a different trading style. There's no such thing as the best of anything. And if you're asking how to, so are you asking how to create a watch list in Trade Ideas or in Thinkorswim? Because again, I can't tell you in Thinkorswim. Okay, you're getting hung up on the number here. Imagine if I said to you, I want to put a stop 25 cents away, no matter what. Okay, so you took a trade at $100 and you put your stop at 75 cents. Okay, because you just say I want to have a stop 25 cents away. So there's a 25-cent stop. Say a 20-cent stop. Let's make the math really easy. Just to say you want to put a stop 20 cents away from where you took it. So that's, if you were going to risk $100 on the trade and you got in at $1 and the stop is 20 cents away, you could take 500 shares. Right? 500 times 20 cents is $100. The VWAP is just automatically calculated. So it's like my saying, the VWAP is just automatically calculated for you. This is a proprietary formula. How to get my stock window is right here. If you click on scans, and one of the scans is, I think it's up here now. I think I put it up here. Single stock window, okay. Or if you want, you can click on the Room Drive icon and click on scans that I share. And you click on download, it'll go to a Word document. All the scans that you see here will be there for you. One of them being the single stock window. So basic filters for a stock scanner. I mean, basic filters, okay, typically what people like to do, you might want to have here is, basic highs and lows as an example. I mean, but again, I can't tell you how you want to trade, but filters themselves, most people would probably want to create a price range of stocks they want to trade. A price range. I'm not saying this is the range you want. Most people probably want to have a minimum volume that they want to look at. Well, it does fluctuate. Okay, the VWAP stop does fluctuate. It's not a static target because the VWAP is made up of today's VWAP, I think yesterday's VWAP, and also the highs and the low of the day. So as the stock starts moving, it's going to, it's going to change. Well, I can't. I mean, I don't know which filters you're going to want to use. I mean, most people are going to probably want to have I can't tell you that what price range you want to trade or what minimum volume. Most most scanners though, you always have to start off with maybe a price range you're comfortable with, a minimum volume you're comfortable with, because the filters, what they do is, of course, is they want to sort of pare down that vast universe of stocks that are out there into a manageable level. This is what I'm using here. I mean, I can't tell you what you should use. I'm using here another relative volume of 3. It means, okay, the stock is trading at least 3 times as normal, as what it would normally trade, things like that. The change from the close, it's up at least 3%. So I'm trying to narrow the universe of stocks. Whether that is what you want to do, I mean, I don't know. But the more filters you use to narrow the universe of stocks, the less alerts you'll get. So it's always there's always a fine tuning. I mean, you don't want to get so many alerts. So if you're getting a lot of alerts, then maybe you start increasing some of those filter values. If you're not getting enough alerts, then you start relaxing some of those filter. Well, the chart trading buying is, again, if you've created a strategy, as I've done, with a risking $100 a trade and a stop, yeah, the stop is going to be placed automatically. So that's why it was placed automatically right down here. And now, at this point, you can always raise that stop. There it is. So you can always say, you know what, I'd rather have it right at the bottom of that candle now. Okay, so at this point, if you allowed the system to take you out automatically, you'd only be down $63 as an example. But this is what I'm always saying. You can use this like a trailing stop. If the trade really starts to work well for you, you can just start moving the stop right up on the chart, up, 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 up. Once the trade has been placed, yes, you can move your stop. Just like I can move that target. I can move that. Let's say it's gets close to 423 and it's still trading well. I can always move that target price up too. Yeah, I mean the purpose of using the $100 risk and having a stop is to automatically share size. That's the purpose of it, really. Because people always say, well, how many shares do you take in a like? You take 500 shares, you take 1,000 shares. Well, it's always going to be different. It should always be different because it should always, only thing, I don't teach trading, but the thing that we do harp on is that you have to, not every trade is going to work for you. So you have to have an out. You have to know where you're going to get out. You can't hope that every trade is going to work. So if the trade works against you, you have to know when you're going to get out. And so if you use, we're suggesting maybe trying this VWAP stop, which is automatically created. The stop on the chart is created for you. Now you can do, if you want to do mental arithmetic, because you can do this manually, okay? You don't have to. Create a trading strategy, but again, if you get into the concept of having a number that you're comfortable with, if the trade goes against you, and again, it should be a correlation of your trading account, the size of your trading account. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So, for the purpose of the simulator, I'm saying I'm risking $100 a trade. So if I were looking at, say this one, CAPR. And let's just say I said, okay, I want to take this trade. And my stop should be right around here. I'm going to try to make the math really simple. Right at 730. And let's say I took the trade at 760. Then I'm willing to risk 100. See, here's the math that you have to go through. mean, which, it's not that difficult. But if I were willing to risk $100 a trade, in theory, you could take about 333 shares, right? 333 times 30 cents is about $100. Sort of makes sense? That's doing it in a very manual way. But then you can say to yourself, well, I don't want to use a VWAP stop. I really want a stop, right at the bottom of that candle there. But then you have to do some quick math, because you don't want to start saying, okay, here's my stop and I'm just going to take 1,000 shares. Because if you take 1,000 shares and you're in at 760, you've got a 30-cent stop, now you're risking $300. Now, that may be what you want to risk, don't get me wrong, but you can't start, the one thing we always stress is that you should be risking about the same amount per trade. So this is why this is kind of nice, because it automatically sizes for you. You don't have to do any math, as long as you don't mind using the VWAP stop. Now you'll notice that some of the VWAP stops are going to be quite large for a stock that is very, very erratic. The VWAP stop number is the distance from the buy to the stop, yes. If as a stock starts to settle down a bit right there, you see the VWAP stop is, well, it's still pretty large, 40 cents on a 170, but it's going to change all day long as things change, as the stock maybe starts to settle down, the VWAP will start to settle down a little bit, or the stop amount. But if people who are new say, well, I want to risk 10 cents a share or 10 cents a trade, that's, in my opinion, that's just not the way to do it. Because it's not based on anything. That stop is not based on anything. It's just based on, I want to risk 10 cents a share or 10 cents a trade. It should be based on some math, some reason. You look at the chart, it looks like there's some support. Exactly. Well, you can change the stop on the chart. Basically, the purpose of having that initial stop is to size you. Now, you can always add. You can always add to the trade if you want. But that's the purpose of it. To automatically, so you don't have to go through the math. If you're willing to use that VWAP stop. But just like you were saying, you can always move the stop. I can start moving the stop up to here now. Right? That makes a little more sense, right? Right down to there. If that broke down there, I wouldn't want to be in this trade if it broke there. And this is automatic. So if it hit 353, it would just automatically take you out of the trade. Now, of course, I could always flatten this trade right now. If I wanted to get out of the trade, I just flatten. I don't have that many shares. So if I had a lot of shares and I was up, $500 or something, maybe I'd take out half as an example. I can't tell you how to manage the trades, but when I say you, I'm not talking, I'm talking to anybody who's listening to me, of course. And again, the same thing. I call this an artificial target. The only reason there is even a target right there is because people ask me, can I put a target? I don't put targets, but in the risk management section, I put a target dollars, 50 cents. So that meant, I would, if I allowed it to happen, I'd be taken out of the trade 50 cents above where I bought it, if I allowed it to happen. The same thing though. Let's say it starts to really work well. I would just move that up. I could always just move that up, just like that. Move the target up. Basically, yeah, JC. Any stop you use, basically, it's not just a VWAP stop, of course, but any stop you use allows you to position size automatically. The difference, what we're doing here, is automatic, okay, as opposed to having to do some, again, as I call it, little mental arithmetic. If I want to put my stop here at 360 and I got in at 4, okay, 4 minus 360 is a certain amount. I divide that into 100. How many shares is that? Okay, I mean, it's not hard. If you're risking $100 on the trade. But some people might feel more comfortable doing it that way. And that's fine. This is just one-click trading. I mean, this is the same. I just one-click traded using the chart. This is the same. It's just basically one-click trading that you set up. This is how these were set up. All these L's and S's, longs and shorts. And you can set up your own. Now, you see, in this particular case, it's too bad that stop was that far away. I mean, that was a big stop. But I had, I have to obey if I'm going to use this VWAP stop. The reason is that in this particular case, it didn't take that many shares. Imagine if the stop had only been 20 cents away, that'd be 500 shares. Oh, Dallas, sorry, I missed. Good, I'm glad you found it. Sorry, I just missed your question there in the YouTube room. Anyway, that's how the simulator works. I mean, it's again, if you're new to trading, before you start trading your real money, practice, practice, practice. And follow. I mean, the minute you start seeing some weakness, you can always, take out half. Well, it depends how many shares you have. I'm not going to do it here. This is demonstration, really. But I mean, you start seeing some weakness, you may take out half your position. And these are just the hotkeys. Flattening gets you out of a position. So this will almost for sure be on the watch list again for Monday. This is a tough trader. Let's see the spread. Yeah, tough spread. Right back to flat where it closed yesterday. So let's see if these start, you see, even these are starting to come back, okay? The MLND, this will, as long as it doesn't collapse down to something crazy like $1, this will still be on the watch list, for Monday. This one probably won't be. Well, it depends. It depends what it does. No, I don't like the way this trades at all. Look at those topping tails on the monthly chart. So I'm just going to flatten out. I'm just going to flatten out of the position as getting that red candle. Again, this is just I'm just demonstrating. And when I'm looking at the spread, it was 407, 409. Where did it actually? Yeah, so it filled me right in between. Okay, Luis, you're asking a question. So I think you're talking about the insiders. Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about the insider tab in Trade? I'm answering somebody in YouTube. So Luis, can you hear me? So are you talking about the insider tab from our single stock? First of all, are you a subscriber? You are a subscriber? Okay, well, if you are a subscriber, okay, you know what? Why don't I just give you, this is, maybe you haven't loaded the single stock window before. So what I'll do for you is I'll pop that link into the room for you, okay? You know how to load a cloud link? Well, actually, before I do that, you have to have the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? In order to have probably the insiders and similar and insiders. Insiders we added a little while ago. Do me a favor. Okay, do me a favor. Click on from the toolbar. Click on, and you installed it today? Okay, then you have the latest version. If you installed it today, then you've got the latest production version, so that's good. If you From the toolbar, okay. So the answer no meant you don't know how to do a cloud link. Is that correct? Is that what you meant by no? Okay. Let me show you how to do that. Okay. Because this will make. Then you see I can share lots of scans with you. You don't have to start from scratch. So let me put one in, and I'm going to show you how you do it. And let me find the. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate. I'm going to put the link. I'm going to put the link here for you. Okay. Now I'm going to show you how you do it, and I'm going to show you here so you can see my screen, right? Because you'll just do the same thing in the YouTube room. And you'll click on the link that I. So you click on the link. Yes, it is, Sarah. Just I'll explain in one. Just give me a second here as I explain something else to another subscriber, and I'll show you how you can do that. All right. So, Luis, I just want to make sure you are watching. You can see my screen before I do this. Okay. So again, you can do the same here, okay? But just watch what I'm doing in terms of clicking on the link. So you click on the link. You can see how it'll load into a browser window, okay? And then basically you just copy the link. Never mind, it says not secure, who cares? You copy the link. Okay, once it's in here, you copy the link. Then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. Okay, now, when you file Load from Cloud, virtually every single time, the link will be in here. Okay, right in that box. Now, if for some reason it's blank, then you'll just have to paste it in, Control V it in. But I would say that I can't remember the last time, the link is not there once you copy the link from your browser. And then you just click on Load. And there it would be. And then it'll be on your screen. And that's with every single link. So let me make sure you could do that. Make sure I didn't go too quickly. How accurate in terms of what? What do you mean, how accurate is it? Are you talking about now the information, the insider stuff? And it's reasonably up to date. I mean, is that what you mean? The insider information? I mean, we get it from some, I don't know if it's an SEC website or, is that what you mean? How accurate is it? Oh, well, I mean, just because you got a bunch of insider buys doesn't mean that you just hop into a stock and buy it. No. I mean, this is just information, okay? How you use the information, I mean, obviously, if there's a bunch of insider buys and you check to see, number one, where do they buy it? How much room does it have? But I can't tell you just because you start seeing that insiders are buying a stock that it's going to go up. No. And that's got nothing to do with trade ideas. I mean, that's just. I usually the one thing I do is that if insider buys to me are more important than insider sells, because insider sells unless every single director and every single executive is selling, but insiders can sell for many different reasons. Sometimes they're planned sales, sometimes. And let's say a guy's got 1 million shares, he sells 20,000 shares. I mean, it's not a big deal. Could be selling, wants to buy a new house, send the kids to school. Lots of reasons why people will sell. Buying is, to me, a little bit different. Nobody usually, unless they're planned buys, nobody usually is forcing somebody to buy, and they're probably thinking, okay, now's a good time to buy. So I always think the buys are more important than the sells, unless it's en masse selling. But to tell you, just because you see a bunch of insiders buying that the stock is automatically going to go up, I mean, it might be a good barometer down the road, but there's no guarantee. No, there's no we don't have a course on how to properly use insider information, no. Sari, and welcome to the room. You want to subscribe? Okay, so you don't have the product. Okay, I see. So you're looking at one quick. If one on a scanner higher than previous close or yesterday's high. Yes. So we have something called, just to show you previous day's high as an example. So we have so there's the position in previous day's range. Okay, as an example. So you can use that. Add the filter. If you put like right there, in fact, that's what I use. that's actually what I use for this watch list up. I want it to be above yesterday's high as an example. Okay, so yes. So to answer your question, and then higher than yesterday's close is really simple. I mean, because that's just a matter of any stock that is up for the day is going to be higher than yesterday's close. So for instance, so right there, I mean, these are scanning for stocks that are at least 3% above yesterday's close, as an example. So yes, I mean those are pretty easy things to do. Yeah, Luis, in terms of a setup that's recommended, I mean, it's hard for me, I don't know what sort of a trader you are. I mean, I am somebody who likes, I'm what they call, I guess, a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day and then check to see what sort of room they have on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart. You hear me say that all the time. That's why MIST was so, there we go. I don't know why this happens to me, but so there goes, whoops. A second here. And there goes MIST. MIST over and over and over again, guys. MIST. This will definitely be on the watch list for next week. Yes, the trial. So let me just pop the link in for you if you don't have the link right now. Yeah, it's very close in a couple of weeks, actually. So there's the link for the test drive. So Luis, I share a lot of scans, which I guess are a lot of different types of setups. I can't recommend, I have no idea what sort of a trader you are. So it's not a matter, but I have a lot of scans that I share. I know you're not in. You see, there are kind of two trading rooms going. You're in the YouTube room, which is fine. This room, I'm able to share things a lot easier. For instance, so here, all the scans that I'm sharing. Down big yesterday, reversing today. Up big yesterday, reversing today. That might appeal to you. Weak strong stocks up, weak stocks down. On and on and on. Momentum up, momentum down. A lot of scans that I'm sharing. All right. Well, definitely, I have a couple of scans that I absolutely watch pre-market. To identify the ones that are moving. Easier, you know what? It might be easier if I give you the link for the trading room to come into the room, and then I can easily share a lot of things with you. Okay, if that's okay. Give me a second here. So here's the link for the trading room. So you get into this room, then I can share a lot of things with you. And the one I would share with you is the room drive, and then the scans that I share download. Then everything will go to a Word document. Then you can look at everything at your leisure, and you'll see there's a pre-market up, a pre-market down, and a gap up and gap down that I use for the pre-market. So I'll wait for you to appear. Sort of on a daily, it would require inside candles. Are you talking about on a daily time frame or intraday? Intraday? Okay, so this is what we do have. I don't use, so let me just see what we do have. What do they call these things? I don't use, no, not the hammer. What is it called? Somebody's going to help me, I know. I know it won't be called inside. No. No. Maybe. I don't think it's that though. I don't think. No, no. Oops. Okay, so there's the engulfing. Now, I don't see. This is all we've got. It's probably not exactly what you're looking for, but this is 5-minute engulfing, bullish, 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 and bearish on these different time frames. That's what I was kind of looking at. It's probably not exactly what you're looking for. Exactly opposite. Exactly. Yeah, you're looking for the reverse. Yes. I don't think we do. You can tell I don't use them, so that's why I'm not as familiar as maybe I should be, but let's see if I can quickly just scan through the alerts and see if there's anything that makes... Yeah, I don't think we do. Yeah, there's the engulfing, but exactly the opposite. You're looking for the... Yeah, I see. I don't use any of these. The 5-minute dark cloud cover, bottoming tails. Okay, we do have reversals here. The classic 1, 2, 3 buy signal. Boy, I haven't looked at these forever. I guess not. On a daily, yeah, we could have it on a daily, yes. What brokerage? I'm using Interactive Brokers. Are there two Dimitris here, or are you talking to yourself? So the question was a list of brokers that TraderIdeas integrates with. Now we link now. don't get mixed up between Brokerage Plus. If you want to use this Brokerage Plus window to actually trade your account, you need an interactive broker's account. So in order, so you can set up these little buying and shorting parameters, okay? You need an interactive broker's account if you want to trade your account. As for the simulator, it doesn't make any difference what broker you have. That's if you want to use the Brokerage Plus window. But we link, and this is just a time saving, for time saving. We link with many brokers using this external linking tool. So if you had Thinkorswim, or you had TradeStation, or you had, whatever, Schwab, what that means is that when you click on a symbol, it'll automatically load into your order entry. It's not going to trade it or anything like that. It just saves you, especially if you're clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it just saves you from having to take that symbol and type it into your order entry. That's what our linking tool does. Yeah, we do have it on the daily. It may require what we call a custom formula, but we can definitely create it on the daily. Though, if I knew what it was actually called, again, you can tell right off the bat, I don't use these sort of things. But you see, we have, maybe I can just go down here. Daily. Okay, so these are the daily candles that we have, the previous day's candle. So here we go, bullish engulfing, bearish engulfing as an example. So these are all daily, okay? Well, this is a crazy one. I mean, if you look at the news this morning on SPI, basically they said that NASDAQ noticed that they were not compliant, stock under $1 for 30 straight days. The stock pops up, didn't do a reverse split or anything. That's the only news I could see. See right there, NASDAQ receives NASDAQ deficiency letter. Non-compliance. I saw that in the morning and I said, well, first when I saw the stock popping up, I thought, okay, I wonder why. And then I look at the news and I go, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I know they're trying to pump the stock for some, but usually you have put some kind of a little, whatever, press release out there to juice the stock a little bit. I don't see anything. Well, everybody, did I use Holly today? No. The only one I would have used would have been the. See, for me, Holly is I only look at the ones under $20. Okay, number one. So the one I was interested in was the AMTX. The problem is, and I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. At the beginning of the day, I am answering a lot of questions. I cannot focus on trading that much, and I'm not going to auto trade anything, so I can't focus on trading that much. We talked about this one in the pre-market, rather. The crystal ball was working well. We talked about this one in the pre-market. I was saying, well, look, guys, here it is in the pre-market. It has popped up. That was a big percentage move right there. And I was saying, okay, if it can get through the The 200-day moving average, that's one thing, and then it gets to a dollar, that's another thing. So I was kind of watching it, but I was in mist at the very beginning also. Not at the very beginning, but was concentrating on mist more than anything. And so it's kind of, because I'm moderating the room, it's kind of difficult for me to trade that much. I'll just say it like that. But this is one that I definitely would have liked to have traded. It would have been quick. 117, and it popped immediately all the way up. Well, not quite. It popped up to, I think, $1.40, and then it came back. And then it popped up to $1.70. Yeah, right at found it right there, right at 9:39. I'm sorry, 117. The alert was at $1.17, right on that candle. I don't know if you can see, but there's the arrow. When you see a blue arrow, that is the candle in which an alert happened. And if you happen to see in the y-axis a blue number or something like that, that means it was a Holly and AI alert. So there was the candle it alerted on. Oh, I don't know, Luis, if it's going to reach higher. I get asked questions like that all the time. I have no idea. All I know is that I'll probably be following this on Monday. Now, it's a pretty big pullback. I mean, from 439 down to 394. But this will be in my watch list on Monday. Assuming it doesn't, crash all the way down to like 2 or something. Because it still has a ton of room. Look at all the room on the left. Look at all this room it's got on the weekly and the monthly chart. Yeah, listen, that for me, Sari, I mean, people ask me, why don't I use a 1-minute chart or a 2-minute chart? It's just comfort. It's just my comfort. Okay, that's all it is. I used to, when I first started trading a long time ago, I used to have a 2-minute chart, and I had a 2-minute chart up the whole day. I haven't used a 2-minute chart for years and years. I have a 5, probably pay way more attention to the 15 though. Just like to see things, they smooth out a little bit more. But that's just me. That's not a recommendation. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do, so I'll be shutting the room down at 3. I'll always stay a little later if there are questions, but otherwise, shutting the room down at 3 o'clock. And finally, the weekend. It's pretty erratic, this mist. I mean, it's not been what I would call. I mean, I guess okay, the trend is up on the 15s. Yes, I guess it's following. But it is pretty erratic all day. Let's see what Halliburton is doing. Yeah, nothing. After that initial gap down right in the pre-market, really not moving that much. So again, before I take off, I will just again quickly explain what the watch list is all about and why I think it's maybe if you're a new trader, why it would be a good idea to take a look at about maybe 25 symbols in it. These are the ones that triggered from the watch list, okay? So for instance, Sarah, you asked about stocks near the above yesterday's high. So one of the filters I have in place is that the stock has to be above yesterday's high for it to trigger here, or below yesterday's low. So you see, look at INO as an example at 10. So there's the daily chart for it. Okay, so right here, that was yesterday's low, 1161. It didn't trigger until 1075, probably because, you know, there are some other filters in place that have to work, that have to be met. But that's one of the filters. Okay, so stock has to be above yesterday's high for the up, below yesterday's low for the to show up in this down. So what I do, so these are the only ones, which is fine. I mean, believe me, I'd rather have fewer, right? Sort of the quality than a whole bunch. You don't often get that many on any given day, which is a good thing. I had 35 stocks in there, or I don't want all 35 triggering. So what happens once this market is closed today, then I'll go over the entire watch list, I think about 30 stocks, and I'll load them one by one into the charts, and I'll see whether or not I think they could still be carried over, say, to Monday. And why would I do that? Well, what's going to be the reason why I would carry a stock over? If I see it still has room to move. Now, obviously, like this one, MLND, you can see, it popped over 2. I got up to 220, but it still has room to move on that on that weekly and that monthly chart. Still a lot of room. Room meaning, there's a big gap, big void, lots of room. So this will probably be carried, unless this stock, when, all of a sudden the last hour collapsed all the way down to 1, okay? But more than likely it's not going to do that. So even though it's on today's watch list, I'll probably carry it over to Monday's watch list. So that's the exercise I go through with every stock. Does it still have room? Most of these on the watch list are not designed just for, one day holds if you don't want to. So I'll go through every stock, and then I have some scans that I look at, which will add some stocks to the watch list. Again, I'll look at some scans that I look at once the market closes, and then I'll make a determination. I'll go through the same exercise, look at the daily, weekly, and monthly. Do they still have? Is there room for them to still move? Look at MIST as an example. Why? You can just say, this will definitely be on the watch list again on Monday. Why not? Look at the ton of room it's still got. So anyway, that's the exercise I go through. I do that every day. And then on Monday, all you have to do is click on New, Channel Bar, and My Windows. And then you'll see these 3 windows, a couple of charts probably, but these 3 windows. Nothing happens in these 2 windows until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. You will see, right when the market opens, you will see, things that are triggering. But I like to see things settle down just a little bit before I see them in these watch lists up and down. Can't do it, Dimitri. Unfortunately, yeah, you cannot do it. Question was how to draw yesterday's close on the chart. There's no way to do that. Not automatically, obviously, no. Yeah, AMTX, that's a good look. Look at what it's trying to do. A pretty good consolidation on that 15-minute chart. Little bit of volume sneaking in here. So this could be one of those that, at the end of the day starts to really ramp up. Hit $1.75. That was the high. And the volume is starting to pick up. You can see the volume is starting to pick up. That's why I like see, it looks a lot different on that 15-minute chart. It looks like a little more consolidation and a break. It looks a little more scattered on the 5-minute chart. Now again, if I moved it down like that, it would look not quite. But you see what I'm saying? Out of that 15, especially you get a big volume burst. Well, you can see right here, I have a 5, I have a 15, I have a daily, I have a weekly, and a monthly. Okay, Kaiser, okay? The available time frames, if you right click on a chart, 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, monthly. Okay, these are the time frames you can have. So, I mean, just see, there's the big 5, that tells you it's a 5-minute chart. Daily, weekly, monthly. Yeah, I don't know if you can. I don't think you can. Coronavirus symbol is unless you created it your own yourself. That is what we call a global symbol list that's available for everybody. You cannot. You can only add or delete names from a symbol list that you create. Okay. The reason being is that's what we call a global symbol list. So what you might not want to see, other people might want to see. It's sort of like our channel bar. Before I do that. So this is a question we get asked a lot. I mean, and if you're new, I mean, the channel bar is an interesting place to start. There are all sorts of themes within the channel bar. There's an earnings theme. Um, Here, let me move this over so it's not covered by the lettering. Pre-market, ready to run. You know, maybe these are stocks ready to get going, stocks that are surging, swing ideas. So we have all these different themes in the channel. So what you can do, let's just take a look at stocks that are surging. You know what? I'm going to get rid of, there we go. So you might look at this and go, okay, most upward momentum right now. That looks really interesting. Maybe I should take a look at that window. You know, we created it for you. So you take a look at it, right click. And again, when you get used to using trade ideas, you right click on a chart on the alert window. And then that brings up, sorry, I'll do it again. Right click, click on configure. And then when you click on summary, then you see English language, what the filters are. So, I mean, I don't know why they've got a 1 in 1,000, but anyway, the price is between 1 and 1,000. You go, well, okay, I'd like to change that. I'd like to see stocks between 1 and 50 or 20 and 50. Okay, so if I go back to summary, see how it's changed. Now this current volume is at least 10. That means it's trading 10 times normal. Okay, fine. Minimum volume is 30,000 shares. You know, so you might say, I want to make it 500,000 shares. See how it's changing? So you make your changes, okay? Now here's what people don't understand. You make your changes and you say, okay, all right? You think, okay, great. You come back to that and you go to another channel. You come back to the channel and you say, hey, wait a minute, what happened to my changes? Well, the reason why they don't save is because just because you want to see this doesn't mean everybody wants to see that. So these channels are created sort of on a universal basis. You can take that window, make the changes, you can say okay, and then you can save it to the cloud. You know, you right click, save to the cloud. Now it's in your cloud. Now you can bring it back and keep it as part of your layout, if that makes sense. So what we tell people is, you know, you can go through every channel and you can start extracting windows that might make sense to you, might be of interest to you. Make your changes, customize it, save it to the cloud. Save the individual windows to the cloud. Then in order to build maybe your first layout, and you just file load from cloud, and then you can bring back all those windows that you sort of customized, bring them back one at a time. They start filling your screen. And once you've done that, and you file, save or share to cloud, you give it a name, entire layout, give it a name, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. All right. Why it's important to save things into the cloud is that a couple of reasons. If your computer crashes, and it blows up, well, no problem. You get a new computer, and as long as you saved everything into the cloud, you reload Trade Ideas and you just file load from cloud. Also, you can have Trade Ideas on many different devices. You can only have the program open one device at a time, but you can have it on many, many different devices. And so let's just say you have a laptop and you want to load, or let's say, a laptop, and you load Trade Ideas, and then you just file load from cloud. Instead of having to recreate everything from scratch all the time. Yeah, I don't even know if you can display the global symbol list. Al, I'm not sure you can actually display it. Well, like for instance, okay, this is a symbol list I've got here. Oops. But I don't think there's any way. There's a symbol list of pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. I don't think there's a way to actually display it. Like all the global symbol lists, I don't think can be displayed. I may be wrong, but I don't think they can be displayed. But you're right. I mean, if you can, then just copy them and put them in a list, and then you can create your own, I suppose. Somebody's talking about TSG. Yeah, look at this thing run. Yeah, this will probably be on the watch list. Why? Look at the room it's got on the monthly chart, the daily chart, the weekly chart. So this will probably be on the watch list. Nice break here on that monthly, and then you look left, it has room to 36 or so. So this could be on the watch list. All right, guys, it is now 3 o'clock. Are there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Going once, going twice. All right, guys, that is a wrap for the week. You too, Thomas. Have a great weekend. That's a wrap for the week, everybody. So have a great weekend. Do your best to have a weekend, whatever that might be. And we'll see you on Monday morning. I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So again, have a great weekend, and we'll see you then.